did you speak with Randy Hudson about why you were on that property?
Yes.
And did you convey to Randy Hudson that you were looking for anything specific?
Yes.
And upon speaking with Randy Hudson, did he convey to you a story of information about Beau having had what he refers to as a bonfire time?
He did.
And did you recall the approximate time when that bonfire time was in the orchard had occurred?
He said that it was around the time that Ms. Grinstead was missing when the conversation with Beau about the fire in the orchard. I don't think he ever specifically said what day he actually talked to Beau.
Okay. And what is the relationship connection between Randy Hudson and Beau Dukes?
That's his uncle.
At any point, did Randy Hudson refuse to cooperate?
No.
And upon learning about your investigation, did Randy Hudson allow you to earlier referred to as a bonfire in the orchard? So I want to based on this investigation, the understanding that the actual people occasionally have there.
Yes.
However, the location of the bonfire that was of interest to the GBI, was that in the orchard or another location?
There's a pine tree, area, planted pine tree was adjacent, just adjacent to the pecan orchard, and that's the particular location we had interest in.
Okay. And I guess let me also make sure I clarify this. Is that what it looked like in 2017 as well, the pine woods?
Yes.
As of today's date, is that still pine woods?
No, it is not.
Okay. What is it as of today's date?
It's a pecan orchard. The whole thing is a pecan orchard.
Okay. Back in 2017, still in the middle of the woods?
Yes.
After having done all, well, I guess let me clarify. At any point, did you have an occasion to interview Ryan Duke?
I did.
And the interview with Ryan Duke, did that occur before or after you spoke with Randy Hudson? And did you, when you spoke, let me ask this, the interview with Randy Hudson and the interview with Ryan Duke, did they occur over a long period of time?
Those interviews took place over the second interview with Beau and the interview subsequent were relatively close, 22nd of February.
When was the first time that you came in contact with the defendant, in this case, Ryan Duke?
February the 21st.
And where, of what year?
2017.
And where did you first come into contact with him?
His residence.
And where was his residence at the time?
It's a subdivision, I think, in here in County.
Did he live at that location?
He said he did, yes.
Were there any other persons at that location or near that location that were related to? Is it actual biological father that lived next door?
I don't think that's biological father.
Okay. The time that you made contact with Mr. Duke, were you alone?
No.
Who else was with you?
Madison.
And when you spoke with Mr. Duke at his home, did you go inside his home, outside his home? Tell us how that occurred.
Sure. Myself and Agent Holland approached the residence. We knocked on the door. Mr. Duke, when he came to the door, I didn't know him. I didn't recognize him. I had seen like a previous picture, like another picture that he had, and he looked significantly different, when I made contact with him than he did in the picture that I'd seen of him. So I asked him, if that's what I was looking for. He acknowledged that was who he was, and then we stood outside of his front door talking about trying to arrange an interview.
Okay. At any point, did any of his family members come outside as well?
His mother walked across while we were out there talking with him.
And was she allowed to remain there and hear what the conversation was about?
Yeah, she walked over and asked, what was going on, why were we there. I explained that we wanted to talk to Ryan about an older investigation. I never said which investigation. I just said we had an older investigation that we wanted to talk about. Ryan had expressed some concern about his family's health and being close to his family. He didn't have a driver's license, he said, and so he would need a ride. And so I requested that his mother bring him to the sheriff or to the police department the following day.
And did his mother agree to do that?
Yes.
And having fixed the situation of no ride, did the defendant agree to come speak?
Yes.
Now you just referenced the police department. Which police department did you agree to meet at?
The Ocilla Police Department.
Did he show up the next day?
He did.
That date of that he showed up at the police department, what was that date?
22nd of February 2017.
At the time that you conducted this interview with the defendant on February 22nd of 2017, were other agents already at what I'm going to generally refer to as the Orchard or Fitzgerald Farms?
Yes.
And what were those other agents doing at Fitzgerald Farms?
Attempting to locate Tara's remains.
Now, about what time of day did your interview with Ryan Duke take place?
12:52 p.m.
No, you said 12:52 p.m. Is that when it ended or started?
Started.
And the Fitzgerald Police Department, when Ryan walked into the Fitzgerald Police Department, was he put in handcuffs?
It was Ocilla Police Department, but...
Sorry.
No, he was not placed in handcuffs.
Now, for those who may not have been inside the Ocilla Police Department, can you explain to them when persons off the street walk into the Ocilla Police Department, what area are they standing in?
They're standing in like a little foyer area with a partition of glass or plexiglass with a window with somebody who's sitting behind it, and there are a couple of doors, access doors to allow to go to the back of the department, other areas of the department beyond that little entranceway that are locked generally.
How long can you tell us, were Ryan and his mother at the police department before you actually began the interview itself? 5
or 6 minutes.
Did anyone else come with Ryan other than his mother?
Stepfather.
When you did begin the interview with Ryan, did that occur out in the part you just discussed that's for the general public or somewhere else?
No, I went out to that little foyer area, opened that little access door, walked out, exchanged some pleasantries, thank you for coming, walked into the back of to where the interview room is actually located inside of the police department. And again, for those who've not been in the police department or that portion of the police department, how far is that foyer area to the interview room? Not very far. I would say probably from myself to the bar you're standing right behind. Okay. And any doors that had to be unlocked, any bars in the way, or anything that kept you from making the walk just directly to it? No, there's a conference room, like a little training area conference room that you walk through. It's just a big open room as you come through that first door. And then the interview room that we use is directly in line of sight from the first door that we entered. You can actually look at that door and then walk straight through. Okay. And the door from, if you're in the back part of the police department where the employees are, if you want to get out of that part to go into the foyer area, can you do that? I mean, do you have to have a key to do that, or can you just unlock the door yourself and walk through? If you're already in the accessed area behind that, you can pretty well access. And I mean, there are other office doors that can be locked. Yes, sir. That other officers have, their special offices, the chief's office, the investigator's offices, the patrol room. Those doors can be locked. Yes, sir. Most of the time that I've been there, most of the time those doors are open usually. Okay. And I guess more specifically, at any point in the beginning, when Ryan was in that interview room, before that interview began, and even into the first few minutes of that interview, if Ryan had wanted to leave, could he have done that? Yes. Would you have had to open any doors or unlock any doors to let him out? I would have escorted him from outside the interview room back to the same foyer door that he could have, but he could have walked out without having to unlock him or anything like that. And that's my point. He wasn't locked in. No. Any bars, any cell doors, anything keeping him there at that point? No. In the beginning, at that before you left the police department, was he ever placed in handcuffs? No, he was never placed in handcuffs. At the police department.
At the police department. So when he comes back there, do you want to come back into the room with him other than yourself?
Agent Holland.
And Agent Holland, because we do have two that we hear about, Madison Holland. Now, this interview room, does it have a built-in camera system that you're aware of?
There is one, yes.
Did you utilize or turn on that built-in camera system?
No.
Did you, however, record the interview that you had with him?
Yes.
Initially, what sort of recording device did you use to record that interview?
A digital recorder, small black digital recorder.
Did Mr. Duke, that being this defendant, know that you were recording the interview with him?
He did.
Did you try to hide the recording device or hide it from him that he was being recorded?
No.
Now, at some point during the interview, before Mr. Duke began speaking, I'm going to change this, did you read him what we commonly refer to as Miranda Rights in the very beginning of the interview?
I did not.
However, at some point into the beginning of that interview, did you stop the interview and then advise him of his Miranda Rights?
I did.
And in what way did you advise him of his Miranda Rights?
We have a Miranda Forum, a consent form that contains his Miranda Rights. We filled it out right there in front of him, and then would have gone over his rights with him. He would have signed it, and we would have continued on with the interview, which is what we did.
Okay. I'm going to show the case of counsel, State's Exhibit 176. Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 176 and ask you to take a look at that for me, please.
Okay.
Do you recognize State 176?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the Rights Miranda form that I filled out and went over with Mr. Duke during his interview.
And is that the original form that you went over with Mr. Duke?
It is.
Been any changes to that form since the time that you interviewed Mr. Duke back in 2017?
Other than the stamping of the case number at the bottom.
Okay. At the time that you read, no, never mind, that's a different form. Your Honor, this time I would tender to edit State's Exhibit 176.
Objection.
No objection.
176 is completed without objection. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all reading that document.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what they are looking at, please, on 176?
Sure. From the top of the page, you see where it says waiver of rights. That's just a header for that document. You've got the date, the time, the place, which is 2/22/17 at 12:57 p.m., which was when he was read this particular document. The place is the Ocilla Police Department. It says, "My name is Ryan Alexander Duke. I'm 33 years old." He gives his address, 336 Pleasure Lake Lane in Ocilla, Georgia. Says he's completed the 12th grade in school. He also said that he had some college, so I wrote the 1 year of college next to it. He says, "I know that Jason Shadell and Madison Holland is special agent in Georgia Group Investigation." He told me that. And then I'm pretty certain I usually do it is I'll have them read number one, which is I have the right to remain silent. I'll have them read that themselves just to verify that they can read, write, and understand the English language.
And could the defendant read and write and understand the English language?
Yes.
Okay. Keep going, please.
I would have asked him, obviously I would have gone through the education, alcohol, drugs, anything I say can be used against me in a court of law. I have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with me while I'm being questioned. If I cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent me before any questioning if I wish. And I can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements.
Okay. And having read that to the defendant, did he sign this document?
He did.
And did he agree to speak with you following your advising him of these rights?
He did.
Okay. Now, the writing that we see at the top here, filling in those blanks, whose writing is that?
Mine.
The writing that we see, the two signatures at the bottom here, who are the bottom two signatures?
Mine is the one in the middle, and then Agent Madison Holland is the one after, and then Mr. Dukes is one where it says name, where it says the X. I've placed the X there, and he signed his name there. and then the initials next to each one of the numbers are Brian's initials in his own handwriting.
Okay. Why did you have Mr. Duke initial each right in his own handwriting?
Just verifying that those are the rights that we covered together, just acknowledging that those are the rights that we read to him.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier, and perhaps I'm missing it on this form, but you mentioned earlier something about drugs and alcohol.
I do.
Is there any place on this form where it asks about drugs or alcohol use?
No.
Okay. So what did you mean when you said drugs and alcohol earlier?
I asked him whether or not he was under the influence of any alcohol or drugs prior to the interview.
And what was his response?
He said that he had taken a pain pill earlier that morning.
Now, again, what time of day is it when you're filling out this form itself?
12:57 p.m.
Did you ask him, based on the fact that he told you he had taken a pain pill, if he felt like that was affecting his ability to think or process?
I did ask him that.
What was his response?
He said he fully understood what we were there, what was going on, and that he agreed to continue to provide a statement that he was, I'd say, it's not the exact word sound mind about it. He acknowledged that he was aware of what was going on. He was fully willing to cooperate.
Okay. No.
Or it didn't impede his judgment or something to that effect.
Again, was all of this recorded?
It is recorded.
When you mentioned earlier, when I used the wrong date, about 2005, that you were working, I think, at the Thomas County Sheriff's Department?
I was.
Is that Thomas County here in Georgia?
It is.
How long did you work at the Thomas County Sheriff's Department?
I worked there from July of 1999 to August of 2007.
And in what capacities did you work for the Thomas County Sheriff's Department?
I started in the jail. I worked as a jailer. I then became certified as a law enforcement officer in '99. I worked in our civil division. I worked as a school resource officer. I worked as a patrol officer and as an investigator.
Okay. When you were working in the jail, ever have an occasion to interact with someone who was under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
Ever had to occasion interact with someone who was just plain drunk?
Yes.
What about folks who had taken drugs?
I believe so, yes.
And what about folks who had taken drugs to the point that they were just out of it?
I've definitely seen that.
What about on the road when you were working as a patrol officer? Ever have an occasion to interact with someone who was so intoxicated they couldn't drive safely?
Yes.
And in fact, as an officer, just initially as a patrol officer, when you became post-certified, do you receive some training as it relates to how to identify persons who are impaired in some way?
Yes.
Now, tell me again how long you were on the road?
I started working. I started in the jail from July till about October. Went to the police academy till December. I worked the civil division from January of 2000 until school started that fall, which would have been about August. I worked for school resource for about 3 years. In between times of working school resource officer, when there were breaks from school, I would then go and assist the investigations division, conducting investigations, helping them with investigations. After 3 years on school resource, I went back to the patrol division for about a year, and then an investigator's position opened, and I applied and got the investigator's position. And so from about 2004 till 2007, I finished as an investigator.
Fair to say that in most of your jobs with the Sheriff's Department in Thomas County, that you would have been interacting with persons who were either under the influence of alcohol or some sort of drug?
Yes.
And then again, once you became a GBI agent, just because you're not working the road anymore, does that mean you stop interacting with people who are drunk?
No.
Does that mean you stop interacting with people who've been using drugs?
No.
And as part of your training and your experience in doing this job, have you been trained to see the indications or signs of someone who is impaired?
Yes.
And to be fair, can people take drugs without necessarily being impaired?
Yes.
Understanding the defendant told you he had taken a pain pill, in your observations of him that day, did you observe anything that would indicate to you that he was in any way impaired by that pain pill?
No, absolutely not.
And again, have you ever taken a pain pill?
Yes.
Do you find that at some point that pain pill, the effects of it start to wear off?
Yes.
Again, do you have any idea how was that the defendant took that pain pill.
I do not.
But when you were interviewing him, nearly 1 o'clock.
Yes.
So, at any point, and then how long, that particular day, how long do you interact with the defendant?
Approximately 4 hours.
Any point during those 4 hours, did you see him behave in a manner in which he appeared not to understand what was going on?
No.
At any point, did you notice anything about, let's say, his speech that appeared slurred?
No.
Anything about him that indicated he did not understand the rights you were advising him of?
No.
Anything about his demeanor that he did not?
I don't object to the leading questions.
Was there anything about his demeanor that led you to believe?
I will rule that.
Anything about his demeanor that led you to believe that he was not aware of the seriousness of the charges or the seriousness of this investigation?
Absolutely not.
From the time that you read him these rights and he told you he had taken the pain pill until the 3 to 4 hours later when you are no longer around him, did you see any changes in him that would have led you to believe that perhaps he was coming off of a pain pill or the side effects were being reduced?
Objection, leading.
I will rule that objection.
No.
Now, the interview in the beginning, I think you said this, it was audio recorded.
It was initially.
Have you had an occasion to listen to that particular interview recently?
Yes.
And when is the last time that you listened to that interview?
Yesterday.
Showing you opposing counsel about Martin States Exhibit 177. Mayor Craig Witness.
Sure.
I'm going to show you what's the Martin States Exhibit 177. Do you recognize States 177?
I do.
How do you recognize States 177?
Sure. State's Exhibit number 177 is a DVD disc containing the audio recordings of the interview with Ryan Duke that I generated from my digital recorder.
And specifically, what was the date of that interview?
February the 22nd.
And the disc that you're holding in your hand, how do you know that that's the disc that you've watched recently?
I initialed it.
That particular disc is a true and accurate reporting of the interview you did with Mr. Duke in the beginning, before the videos turned on February 22nd of 2017.
It is.
Now, at this time, I would tender to add State's Exhibit 177.
All right, any objection or board aye? Yes, it's authenticity. Thank you. That's admitted without objection. Page 177.
And Judge Matt, have just a moment to rearrange things a little bit.
Sure. Ms. Reed, you'll help us, thank you.
I'm good for right now, sir.
been there that day, can you tell the jury why it is that Mr. Duke is so much lower than you are?
Just his tone of voice. The recorder's probably a little closer to me as well. It's on the table almost directly in front of me, and so where he's sitting would have, like a triangle. I'm sitting here, Agent Holland is across the desk from me, and then Mr. Duke was on this end of the table, so the recorder would have been generally in front of me, so he, and he was kind of cantered slightly towards me, not directly looking at not 100% directly looking towards the recorder, speaking at the recorder.
Thank you.
Today's date is Wednesday, February the 22nd, 2017, at approximately 12:52 a.m., located at the Ocilla interview with Ryan Duke for subject investigation. And you didn't ask me yesterday, and I guess we didn't get around to it, but do you have any idea of why I've asked you to come down here today? Mr. Grinstead. Okay. And I'm going to be taking notes as we're dialoguing back and forth. Don't think I'm ignoring you. Remember, we are just audio recording it, so anything you say, if it's a yes or no, just your understanding. Okay. What makes you think it's about there?
I was involved with it, man.
Okay. Tell me what happened.
I used to break into people's houses just to steal money. I was a drug addict. I've been drinking. I was high. I don't remember everything clearly.
Okay.
But I was stealing from a purse, and she snuck up on me, and I hit her. I didn't mean to. Purely reactionary, and I ran. I didn't know what else to do.
Okay.
And that's the only reason I didn't come forward before.
Okay.
I can't lie. I can't live with myself. I'm so sick of this stuff.
I think there's other people that feel the same way you do, don't they?
No, sir. I'm tired. And my family's good people. I didn't want to do this to them.
Okay. Let's take a break. You want something to drink?
No, sir. I'm fine.
Okay.
I've thought about this. It seems like my world's been loose by a thread, and I've been holding on to that thread for so long. I'm fucking wrapped up in it.
Well, you're doing the right thing.
No, sir, I'm not.
Right now you are.
If I'd been a man, I'd have done something.
It doesn't matter when.
Yes,
Okay.
it does.
Fear is fear, but you're doing the right thing now.
It don't feel like it.
Well, I'm telling you,
It don't.
having done this for a long time, this is very, I can see it on your face. I could tell yesterday that this was bothering you. All right, slow down. Let's back up a little.
Yes, sir.
What night did you go to her house?
That exact night, I can't remember. I was factory, working 70-some hours a week, and it was in September, I think, later in the year, the fall. The exact year, I don't know. Everything's just been upside down since then.
Okay. You went to her house. How did you get into her house?
It's easy. Like a deadbolt, you can pop a lock real easy. I mean, I work in people. I never steal more than $20. I mean, just I'm proud of it. You know, I know this is just work.
I'm going to just pause for 1 second because what you're telling me is information. I want you to keep talking to me.
Yes.
But because of where we're going with this, I know that you've never been in real major trouble before.
I understand. I'm going to prison. Probably.
And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, moving forward, I want to make you aware of your rights. I have to.
I waive my right to a lawyer.
Okay. Well, I'm going to read that form to you and let you do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to put the current time. I know we started at 12:52, but I'm putting. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through it together, okay? You're what, 33 now? 32?
33, I think.
You graduated from high school, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you finish any college or anything?
No, sir. I did a year at Beau.
So I'm going to put to the side 1 year college.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to assume that you can read and write and understand English.
Yes, sir.
Do you take any medications or anything?
I'm supposed to take a butt pile of them, but
Or have you taken any today or in the last couple of hours?
yes, sir. I took a pain pill this morning.
Okay. Does it affect you in any way?
Yes, sir. I'm mentally and physically cognitive.
Okay. All right. I'm going to read this to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's got today's date, the time, where the Ocilla Police Department. It says, my name is Ryan Alexander Duke. I'm 33 years old. Address, you've given that to me. I've got 1 year of college, completed the 12th grade of school. I know that Jason Shadell and Mrs. Madison Holland, you met us yesterday, were special agents with GBI. He told me that. Just read number 1 so I can verify you can read.
I have the right to remain silent.
Anything I say can be used against me in court of law. I have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with me while I'm being questioned. If I can't afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent me before any questioning if I wish. And I can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Having these rights in mind, you're now willing to talk to a law enforcement officer. Obviously, that's a matter of myself.
I'm willing to fully cooperate.
Thank you. I haven't been threatened. I haven't promised anything.
No, sir.
I have not been forced anywhere to answer any question or make statements.
Yes, sir.
I need you to sign your name there, put your initials next to each number, acknowledging, and this is not an admission of guilt, this is just your understanding of your rights and willing to talk to me.
Signature.
Please.
All three are just first name.
However you do your initials. It's just acknowledging that we went through those together and you understand them.
Yes, sir.
Your parents obviously don't know any of this. Okay. Does anybody else know? Be honest with me. Okay. All right, so let's back up. So one night, sometime in the fall, I'm assuming this is around the time that she went missing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And part of what you did led into her being missing, right?
No, sir. She died when I hit her. I left, and I got so scared I went home, but I didn't even go inside. I turned around and left, and there wasn't no cops around or anything like that. And I knew she was hurt, and I went back in. And yes, sir, she was cremated.
Okay, let's back up, okay? You were at the house, you broke in, you said you used a credit card to break into the house.
Yes, sir.
You were digging through her purse,
Yes, sir.
and she surprised you.
Yes, sir.
And you immediately turned around and you pushed her or hit her, however you hit her.
I don't know. That's one thing I can't remember is exactly what happened.
Okay. I mean, could it be something other than a punch, or like, could have been like a choking, just scared and fear? You know, that does happen. Is it possible?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay, that's
I
not.
know the difference, you know.
Yes, sir. Okay. So you hit her and she fell to the ground.
Yes, sir.
Was there any blood or anything?
Not that I know of. I mean, I ran as soon as it happened.
And then you said, how did you get there?
That's what I have a hard time remembering, because I've been drinking, and I don't even remember getting in a car. I stole it.
Oh, really?
Pretty much. I took the keys out of his pants and left.
Okay, so he's passed out. Do you remember, was this like after midnight? This is pretty late, wasn't it?
It was, like I said, I had passed out from drinking.
Do you remember any animals in the house or outside of the house?
No, sure.
Okay. So you probably, if you took his truck, you probably drove over there.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where you parked that over there? Just on the same street?
I don't even know. I mean,
And why her? Of all the people, why her?
I've asked myself that same question.
I mean, did you know it was whose house it was before you got there?
No, sure. I don't think so.
I mean, if y'all had a relationship or there was something else there, that's okay. She had relationships with lots of other people, including other students. That's not a secret.
No, sir, I didn't. I never even had a conversation with her.
Okay.
You know.
So you hit her and she fell, and you think that at that point she was probably gone.
I don't know. I mean,
Because you had to go, y'all both went back there and she was still not moving.
no, sir, I went back by myself.
Okay.
I said she would check her pulse, and there wasn't one.
Okay. Okay. So did you immediately, you said you left and you had to come back.
Yes.
So I'm assuming the door was still probably not locked. Or did you have to break back in again, or?
No, sir. I mean, I don't remember having to, so I don't think I locked it. I mean, I'm not even sure if I shut the door.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So you leave and you go, you're probably thinking I probably need some help with this, but then maybe change your mind at first?
I don't know what it was, fear and panic. And I know I went back, you know, I got her, you know, I took her to the...
Did you take anything from the house?
No, sir.
You didn't take her purse and her keys and put them in the dumpster out behind the dry cleaner there in Fitzgerald on your way out there?
After all that, it's...
I mean, you were going through a purse, so obviously that was the initial. You probably thought you left some...
I might have just grabbed it when I run out. Honestly, I don't remember. I mean, if I threw it away, I mean, obviously I realized that I had it at some point.
Did you ever go through her car or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. So you go through her purse and do whatever afterwards. You go and you pick up her body. You put it, I'm assuming this is still in Beau's truck.
Yes, sir.
And you put it in the back or you put it in the front seat?
Yes, sir. I got a quilt and wrapped her up in it.
Okay. So she didn't have any clothes on when you...
Yes, sir, she had all the clothes on.
Okay. Do you know what, so everything... I mean, this is afterwards, so...
Yes, sir.
You know, you probably come down from whatever you were on.
If she did, I don't know. I didn't.
Somebody did. Did Beau help you take her clothes off?
No, sir. I mean,
Okay, so you take her out to where? To cremate her?
it was a field in Fitzgerald, off of Peak.
Places where Beau, you know, I guess he threw a party or two out there from time to time?
I was familiar with it, yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm assuming this is Saturday night now. This is late Saturday night, early Sunday morning when you lose the body.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we're going in, you left her there, because you didn't know her the same day you dropped the body out there, did you?
No, sir.
and your conscience got the better of you, and you went and told Beau Sunday that you had done it, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
After you picked her up, did you ever go back again? Did you ever make any phone calls to the house or anything like that?
No, sir. I mean,
We know some phone calls that made to her house early Sunday.
that's when I called. I hadn't got her at that point.
Okay.
I called. I was hoping she was okay. And
How did you call? What did you do?
from a payphone, I called back the number.
Okay. What else? I know there was some drugs at the house. Is that going to have your DNA on it?
It should. It's never mind.
Was it just accidental leaving the blood? It was pure accident?
Yes, sir. It was,
This was in the bedroom, right?
I don't know where it was at. I mean, there too.
You go get Beau, and you two go right back out there and you told him what you had done again.
Yes, sir.
And he probably still didn't believe you, but you kind of had to prove it to him, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And got there, and her body's still where you left it, correct?
Yes. She was out there for a couple of days.
So you pick her body up, you and Beau pick her body up, put him in your truck, in his truck? Turn to the woods?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then what did you do?
Cremated.
Get the wood from?
I don't know, it was stolen.
Was there a shed out there made a pecan orchard that had some wood in it?
That was it.
Okay. Over the same spot?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where this spot is?
Yes, sir.
Could you take us there?
I probably could. I mean,
You ever been accent?
no, sir.
Has this been the only time that anything like this has ever happened to her? Like, is there anybody else that we need to worry about or be looking
Yes,
into?
sir. I never heard another person on those same that would have done it. Thinking all night last night, I considered myself a good person, but how can I be?
Accidents happen.
No, sir. Out of fear, our family has suffered.
Very long time.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody else know? Does your brother know?
No,
Ever confront you about it?
no. He probably thought he was pulling a string.
Okay, that's fine.
He's a straight up and down guy. He didn't even like to call that man.
I mean, let's still talk with them, just because we have to, you know that.
He never knew. I'd have never done anything to jeopardize his future. I mean, just all.
We're going to get a sample of you digging that while we're here. What I was thinking about doing was because your parents don't know. What I was thinking about doing is maybe bringing your parents in here.
No, sir, please don't.
So you want me to be the one to tell them this?
Yes, sir. I need to ask them to go home.
Well, probably not, but they're still out there right now. You understand
Yes,
this?
sir. I know. This is because they're good people.
But I tell you what to do is, we're going to clear out your DNA, and I just want to let you know that, I want to show you these, just so I can say that we did it. Is that the person we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
That's the same person whose house you went into, that's the same person that you, we're just going to call it what it is, you killed him.
Yes, sir, I did.
You know what's going on?
I I understand.
Okay. We're going to search warrant. We already have it. This is for your DNA.
Yes, sir.
But this is your copy. I have to give this to you, okay? And I want you to understand that we're not here today to make you to be some monster. You're not. Things happen in life. Other things happen. I know you're hard on yourself right now.
No, sir. It's what is going to do some possible thing that could happen to me.
Well, I'll tell you what could make it better is the fact that you're coming forward today and doing the right thing. Whether you think it means anything or not, it does. And would you mind, like, so when we get done with that, just actually, I don't have to tell you parents. Would you mind riding out there with us and kind of showing us?
Yes, sir. I definitely will try.
Okay. To kind of help us out a little too, okay?
Yes, sir.
You okay with that?
No problem.
And what I'm going to do is when I'm out here talking with you folks, I'm going to let Maddie stay in here with you and we're not out there, and I'm going to give you my notepad. And I want you, if you can, this is completely up to you, to write down how you feel about this. And I want you to put down as if you were talking to maybe her family or something like that, or anybody. Would you have a problem doing that? Okay. Social media, I'm sorry. Do you remember what happened with the other one? Did you just probably burn it with the rest of the stuff? Is that the trash that you maybe burned?
It could be. I remember grabbing the gloves and just.
Where did they come from? Do you know?
I had them at the house from Cali.
Okay. You don't still have any of those gloves, do you?
I'm sure I don't like them.
Is there anything at your house right now that we need to go and take a look at to make sure from this? Anything that you would have taken or still have?
I mean, the only thing at my house is just roaches in the ashtray.
Okay. And we're probably going to do this a couple more times just so I can take some notes and write it down. But I do want to let the first know what's going on too. I think they deserve the right to know. And what we're going to do is we're probably going to send an officer out to your house and
I have animals.
we're going to look at that and get a family together.
Yes, sir. If you ask them to go, I mean, it's like a dog and 3 cats. And
Okay, we're just moving over there because we're going to have to look through your house. You understand?
yes, sir.
Okay. Well, these are Thomas walls. What I'm going to do is inside every mouth on each side for about 10 seconds. I'm going to air drum and then we'll put it back in here. And then we're going to seal it up and we're going to do that together.
Yes, sir. That's fine.
There you go. 1, 2, 3. It's kind of what I want to do too is I'm going to set it right to record and we'll do this on video too, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the federal president?
Translucent, kind of clear.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I mean,
So you just use the gloves and you leave the bag?
I don't even think I used them. I remember getting them. And like I said,
So it's kind of possible you did, possible you didn't.
yes, sir. I mean, I just.
Chanel, actually during what we just heard, we heard you talking about, I don't know if you said cotton swabs or you said something about his mouth. What were you doing at that point?
Obtaining a sample of his DNA.
And prior to this interview, did you have a search warrant for his DNA?
I did.
And again, that particular sample of his DNA, was it submitted to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab?
It was.
And what was the purpose of submitting the defendant's DNA to the crime lab?
To compare it to the glove that we collected at our residence during the inception of the investigation.
Okay. Now, I believe, did we hear you say something about that you were going to set up a video?
Yes.
Right, so I guess let me ask you then, why did you, if you had the capability of a video camera, why did you not set that up to begin with?
I really didn't know what we were going to get based on the initial interview. Usually I just use a recorder. I then decided to set up a video to then document it, his demeanor, everything, even further with a video just to support what we'd already talked about again. So just like a secondary, like a backup.
And I think you said this, but I want to clarify. Generally, the GBI's policy, do you video or audio record your interviews?
We try to, yes.
So, video or audio or both?
Both, combination, but it could be either one.
Okay.
Most of my interviews, I would say, throughout the course of my history as an agent and as an investigator, are usually just audio recorded.
And I guess to be fair, when you walked into the interview that day, did you expect what was going to happen within those first few seconds?
No.
Okay. At the end there, we hear you, do we hear you ask him to write something for you?
Yes, a written statement.
And did he agree to do that?
He did.
Show opposing counsel, it's been marked State's Exhibit 181. Exhibit 181 and ask you, do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
I was very, this is it's got my signature on it as well with my badge number. This is the actual written statement that Mr. Duke provided after I asked.
And is this the original statement that the defendant provided to you on that day?
Yes.
Now, you just mentioned your signature on, well, I guess let me do this first. Judge, at this time, I have a tendered evidence State's Exhibit 181.
All right, Ms. Merchant, any objection?
No, Judge.
Thank you, that's a objection. It's 181.
Publish that to jury, Judge?
Yes.
Excellent. Now, looking at 181, let me ask you first, you mentioned your signature. Is your signature on this document?
It is.
And where is your signature?
Right above the date.
Who wrote the date?
I think I had him at the date.
Right. Other than your signature in this 156, the remainder of the writing, whose writing is that?
Right.
And this, I guess, stamp that's at the bottom, who put that stamp there?
I did.
Was that before or after he wrote the statement?
After.
Other than that statement completely as it was on February 22nd, 2007?
It is.
Okay. At the part where I stopped the audio portion, did you turn your video on?
Yes.
And do we have that video itself?
Yes.
During opposing counsel to mark the State's Exhibit 182. Have you had a chance to view that video recently?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you the State's Exhibit 182 and ask you if you recognize that.
State's Exhibit 182 is a DVD disc containing that interview, the video interview portion that we're describing now.
How do you know that specific disc is the one that contains this interview?
It's got my initials on it, or I initialed seeing it.
And when you have watched this video, it's a true and accurate depiction of the interview that took, the remainder of this interview took place on February 27, 2017. this time we would tender State's Exhibit 182.
Any objection?
No objection.
182 is admitted, no objection, thank you.
And we would seek to publish that to the jury.
How long is this?
This one is probably like 20 to 30 minutes. It's the next one that's very long.
All right, 20 minutes. All right, let's take a recess. Sounds like a kind of an urgent recess. It'll take about 5 or 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. If y'all would return to the jury room, we'll be right back with you. Thank you. There goes the gang. This is law.
Do you think it was more like joking around? Was it like a kind of a standard kind of joking around? Oh, have you
Boys done going. All right, everybody ready to proceed? Ms. Hart? Okay. All right. Mr. Drury, join us, please. All right, Ms. Hart, you can proceed.
Thank you. May I actually publish the original, have the original round, that being State's Exhibit 181?
Sure.
Someone came in my notepad and then she wrote down what she told me, okay? What I'd like for you to do is just put your name on the top and then just start writing whatever you think is important for us to know. Anything, continue, if you want to write out exactly what you told me, it's fine, whatever you want. I like it in your words. Because this is what gets seen. I want your emotion and I want your feelings on this. So whatever you feel is important, I think it would be a good thing to write, okay? Okay, a second, right?
minutes in, and unless there's objection, I would be moving forward to restart it at approximately 22 minutes in.
All right. That'll be fine, Ms. White.
It's 22:02.
Your folks are fixing to go, your dad was here too. He told me to tell you that Mom, you stuck around us very much. And they'll be in touch, okay?
near the end, push initial so nobody can go in and put anything else there. Would you sign that date to this February 22nd, 2017? 2017. And then you would have for each paragraph. Just like you do. We have the benefit of looking back and knowing when this happened. But you said it was in the fall, it was a year that she went missing.
The time was, ever since I tried to kill myself for a bunch of years, and since then I can't place all the stuff in the cradle. I remember most of it, but like I said, it was.
Alright, so in the fall, we know it was 2005. And so the fall of 2005 was kind of first surgery. That sounds right after you got out of the military? And so when you got out of the military, you moved in with
My dad. My dad stayed with us for maybe a month or two, and then he got a job and moved. He got his own place, and he was moving further, and they stayed with us all in all.
So, you say one particular night, you remember exactly the day, you said you were dealing with, some drugs and some alcohol issues in your life. I'm assuming you started that house because you said you had your dad's keys.
Yes, sir. I passed out in the bathroom, and so I wanted to get high.
So you went into Beau's.
My dad just keep out of his pants. He stayed in the spare bedroom. I just
what kind of shirt did you have?
it was a flat over 1950.
And were you just kind of driving around with a soda?
No, sir, it was 35 different houses that you can tell if somebody's home or not. Like I said, I don't know how I ended up there.
But it was random.
Yes, sir.
You never had any relationship with Taylor, never messed around, she never knew who you really were. You had her as a teacher, right?
I never had her as a teacher. She was a teacher at the school, so I never started work to her.
Okay. So those phone calls, casual meetings, and accident accounts. So you go to her house, do you remember what the house looked like? Was there any cars there?
I think so. 100%.
And you obviously did park like right in front of the house, I'm assuming, right?
I don't know. I really just. What led me there is, I don't know. I do not know.
So you go to the front row, and so start from there about how that house.
I broke in with a credit card, the turn the lock, it was right, but like I said, you can park it real easy with a card. Other than that, I've locked myself out several times. So I went in the house, so I see a purse, and next thing I know, she said something to grab me on the shoulder, and I hear her, and I said, I think I did.
said it was, but you said that this was his deadline when you came in? It was, he had been there, it was very early in the morning. So you said you went to, what kind of phone did you use? Do you know which store it was? TG, now was, I can't remember what it was at the time. The one right next to Paris? Yes, sir. So that's the telephone, you said? Yes, sir. And how did you call the house? What did you do? I dialed for it and to get the number, so I didn't know and they wouldn't answer. I went and verified. You were hoping that she would answer the phone, and when she did, you knew something about it. Yes, sir. And so I went back in, and she was still laying on the floor. What did you do to clean up? You said you were left too, right? No, sir. Not on my birthday. When you went to clean up, you were left? No, sir. I don't believe in everything. Well, we're pretty certain you probably put them on because you know, there's DNA on there. Yes, sir. Nobody else helped you? No, sir. No, sir. I was on myself and said I got there and put it back to the truck. This is still kind of hidden there, that's still kind of hidden on, you know, what else they're saying. I mean, did you have to throw, you actually didn't carry her from the house out to the middle of the road? You probably down the drive, right? Or pretty close? Yes, sir. I mean, I had to, you know, it's like you say, I wasn't involved. I couldn't have involved very far. You just put her in the trailer. You said you had a rat in the foot there, right? Yes, sir. I figured. Small. You know, I just put her in the trailer. So I never heard that feeling my way. no, sir, it was just an asphalt, and, I remember just burning trash, so it looked like it was a party.
What about that service action? You said you were going to go clean up. Was there anything to clean up there?
No, sir.
Anything broken, like
Not that I'm aware of.
a store, fighting, or
Not that I'm aware of. No, sir. I mean, I was so thankful that we had to really look around the room to see if anything was out already. I'm just scared.
that in whatever shock or what was going on, that could have taken place?
I can't say no, because I can't guarantee nothing. I mean, I don't remember, but I remember being there. And being, I mean, that's only a clear thing in my head, you know.
I mean, it just seems like, I mean, you're not incredible hurt, so to speak, so, you know, you hitting her one time doesn't seem to be the type of, I'm not saying it can't happen, it can.
I'm sure I don't want to say that.
Could be maybe a hit and then just to make sure that you're so shocked and freaked out.
I mean, I just don't know. I mean,
But you did take the words with you. You did take words. You used them or didn't use them. You did take words translucent type word with you to because you didn't want to leave anything behind for it.
yes, sir, I just said I panicked and I was scared and just seemed like every bad decision was, you know, I mean, that's.
You stayed down since all that happened. You stayed and lived in this area. What was there talking to you guys before you better started listening to other than that, you about this, and maybe just didn't believe you?
I think I had it, and he did over a lot, you know, like I had for years.
I mean, is that even in like passing or just joking, has anybody ever said, you know, you heard anything about that?
Yes, sir. Never rumors, you know, I didn't do anything to disturb you. I guess.
What do you mean? I don't understand that.
I don't really know how to phrase it. I just had let people say what they wanted to say, you know.
So were you recording your finger at you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, who were these people? Do you remember who they were?
Yes, sir. I can't even know old friends. I don't know. I mean,
You think it was more like joking around? Was that like a kind of a standard kind of joking around? You got tested, you got tested?
yes, sir. It was I said it was just stupid jokes, you know. But it wasn't somebody asking me directly
see that it's coming off you a little bit more time. I mean, you're upset, but you're not like you were on the first row.
I'm not for myself. I mean, I have to be later alive because it's old and it's one of the fucking voice I can't hear. It's just totally fucking true. Be my influence and try to be the person that people thought I could be instead of just being nothing.
We're going to go look at the house. There's nothing in the house that I mean, is there anything that we could find that would either be like a book of our news articles in it, and you got like computer searches? Do you don't have a cell phone or anything like that?
I have a camera, but I look at ESPN.
Is there anything on there related to this? I mean, you got some any computer searches? So you just use like a Wi-Fi and Kindle for your parents' house? But there's not going to be like a taking a newspaper article or you were kind of trying to distance yourself from it the whole time?
Simply ashamed of it. It seems like when you're trying to hide a lie, it's going to pop out at you from everywhere. And once
has anything more to conclude the interview?
Be fine. You might need a break.
So Agent Chabelle, was it, while the video is good to let us see you and the defendant, was it a bit harder, the microphone not quite as good as the audio one that you had?
I'm sorry.
Was the microphone on the equipment we just watched the video from not quite as good as your audio from your CD?
Correct, this is coming from the computer and the
Okay.
camera itself, which is on the other side of the table.
However, do you recall specifically this interview that you did with the defendant?
I did.
Okay. Just a couple things that I want to talk with you about. Specifically, you asked him some questions about whether or not someone had ever confronted him about murdering Miss Grinstead. Who was that person you were asking about?
I'm sorry.
You asked him once or more than one time throughout that interview if someone back in 2005 had ever confronted him about whether or not he killed Miss Grinstead.
Correct.
Who was the person you were talking about asking if that person confronted him?
It would have been law enforcement primarily.
Okay.
Anybody from law enforcement would have been my primary asking for that.
Do you know who all was living, based on what the defendant told you, who was living at the residence with the defendant back in 2005 when this murder occurred?
If I recall, he said it was he, himself, Beau, and maybe Stephen on and off, his brother.
That was going to be my question. And what is his relationship to the defendant?
That's his brother, Stephen Duke.
And to your knowledge, did you ask the defendant if Stephen had ever confronted him?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you just said this, but when we hear you and the defendant referencing Beau in this interview, who is the person the two of you are discussing?
You have to read that again. It's a lot.
When we hear, sorry, I'm trying not to sit on top of people over here too. When we hear you and the defendant discussing someone by the name of Beau,
Right.
who is that person? Who was Beau?
Beau Dukes.
Okay, just want to be clear that we're talking about the same person.
Yes.
And as it relates to what the defendant indicated he did, there were times that, again, it's kind of difficult to hear, so what did he tell you about it back then? Do you recall how he said her body got from the house to the truck?
He took it out there. He actually made the motion during the interview when he put his hands up like this, kind of mimicking how he actually held her body.
And I know you're not able to see the video that we've just seen, so do you have a recollection of that from that day?
I do.
And do you recall if he had any reaction himself as he was mimicking holding her body?
Yeah, I think, and you've heard it on the video, I think as he's doing that, he kind of started getting emotional and started, I think he said, and she was so small, referring to her size and his own.
Okay. Now, I want to shift gears just a little bit and talk to you about something we refer to as guilty knowledge. Can you tell the jurors what we mean by guilty knowledge?
Sure. Guilty knowledge is the facts of an investigation that the only people who know of that would be the person or persons who committed the actual act because they were there at the time, and generally law enforcement because we have investigated, we have found out these leads, we don't release a lot of that information. We try to keep that information in-house, so when we actually talk to somebody who was involved, they're able to give us some of those details that only the person or persons who committed the crimes will have known about.
In this particular case, when you became the lead agent, was it 2009? Did you become familiar with any guilty knowledge that had been held back in this case?
Yes, a couple of facts, yes.
And what were those facts?
The first one was on the glove. We talked about that there was a unknown DNA, male DNA on the glove. We talked about that openly, but what we never disclosed early on was that Tara's DNA was also on the glove. So that was a specific fact that how do we know that that glove was connected to Tara? Well, Tara's DNA was on it. We knew that, but we didn't release that initially. The second is a telephone call that was made to Tara's house the morning of that Sunday morning. There was a 411 call made to her house. Other agents, this is before I had become involved in the investigation. I had learned this from other agents who had worked on the investigation. They disclosed to me after I became the case agent about that particular phone call, that was a 411 call made to her residence from a payphone at the G&G store. So I knew of that phone call, and I know that phone call, the 411, the store was used. I know that was never made public to anyone throughout the course of the investigation. There may have been a handful of people at our office who actually even knew about that.
Okay. And what store, well, I guess let me ask you first, when you were speaking with the defendant, specifically as to any phone calls that were made, okay, to be fair, when you first asked him if he made any phone calls, did he deny that?
At first, I think he kind of said maybe he did, and then and then I said, well, I know there were some phone calls, because I came back and I said, I know there were some phone calls made. Okay. I just never disclosed the specifics of the phone call.
So that was my next question. At any point prior to what we were able to hear and see, did you ever tell Ryan Duke about a phone call being made to Tara's residence from a payphone?
No.
Did you ever tell Ryan Duke about a phone call being made to Tara's residence in which someone used directory assistance or 411?
No.
After you indicated to him that you knew there were some phone calls made that morning, and to be fair, was that 411 call the only phone call that was made to her residence that morning?
No.
But after you made that statement to him, was he able to give you details that formed guilty knowledge?
Yes.
And specifically, what were the details that you recall him giving you about that payphone, or excuse me, about that telephone call?
The location of the where the phone call was made, that it was made from a payphone, both of which we verified, and that he had used directory assistance or 411 at the time to make that phone call.
And you said the location of that payphone. Where was that payphone located from which the call was made in 2005?
At the G&G store right here.
Okay, and you're pointing, is that just less than a block from here?
Yes, right next to Peck's.
Okay.
The restaurant on the corner.
And was the defendant able to indicate to you that the phone call he made that morning to her residence was from that location?
He did.
And did he ever tell you why he made that phone call to her location?
He did.
What did he tell you about that?
He said that he called to, in his words, I think he wanted her to answer the phone or somebody to answer the phone, like her to answer the phone, that she would not actually be dead. And then nobody answered the phone, and then he went directly to the house.
Okay. And I believe towards the end of maybe the audio, we hear you asking him questions about, is this the person that we've been talking about that you killed? What were you doing at that point on the audio? We can't see it. What were you doing to show him something?
I had pictures of Tara Grinstead that I showed.
And I want to show you specifically on the screen in front of you what's been previously entered as States 135. Do you recall if a copy of this picture is one of the pictures you showed him?
Yes.
And when you showed him those pictures, what was his response about whether or not this was the person that he killed back in 2005?
He identified that being the person that he killed.
Now, throughout the course of this interview, did you recall the defendant telling you how exactly he killed Tara Grinstead?
He said that he hit her.
And do we later on hear you trying to, I guess, flesh that out about how that occurred?
Correct.
One time we even hear you kind of make somewhat of a joke, lighthearted, about him not being the Hulk. Can you explain to the jury the purpose of continuing to ask questions about that?
Sure. At the time that he's saying that he struck her, he's saying he struck her the one time during the interview. He said he struck her, and that's what killed her. And so you can hear during the audio and in the video what I'm asking him to describe. I'm not saying that that's not possible, that couldn't happen. It absolutely can. He was in the military. He's got military training at the time that all that happened. I'm not saying that wasn't the possibility, but trying to elaborate if there was other possibilities, other things that he had done, like choking or some other form or fashion that he had done to try to kill Miss Grinstead.
Okay. And to be clear, when he told you that he hit her, what part of his body did he indicate he had used to hit her, either through words or through motions or?
Without benefit of looking at the video, I'm pretty certain he talked about his hand. I know he talked about his hand several times. I can't remember if he made a motion gesture with his fist or anything, but I know he said his hand.
I know that sounds kind of like a silly question, but I just want to make sure he wasn't saying he headbutted her or anything of that nature.
Correct.
Now, let's talk about the glove, because you mentioned earlier that the glove was a form of guilty knowledge. By the time that you interviewed the defendant, would you agree that it was pretty well known that a glove had been found?
Yes.
What about the fact that a glove had been found and at least one unknown male's DNA had been found on the glove?
Yes.
And when I say widely known, I mean not by the GBI, I mean by anybody who knew about this case.
Right. There were several television shows, broadcast shows that had broadcast stories about the Grinstead case throughout the years. I'm almost certain that they even maybe disclosed towards the end there about the Tara's DNA being on there as well.
However, in many of those news stories, did they have an opinion about what color the glove was?
Over the TV shows?
Yes.
No, because I'm pretty certain there was a picture of it, but there were other times where other gloves were mentioned that were found in the area.
For instance, during the podcast, do you remember, are you familiar with the podcast in this case? Are you familiar with whether or not during the podcast there was all this talk about a blue glove?
Yes.
And in fact, had there been over the years pictures of a blue glove displayed?
Yes.
To your knowledge, in this investigation, was the glove that was collected from Tara Grinstead's home ever blue?
No.
Okay. So in talking to the defendant, did you ask him what color the glove was that he brought to her residence?
I did.
And what did he tell you? Do you recall?
He said it was a translucent or clear colored glove.
Okay. The fact that he knew what color glove had been located at her home, is that something that you took notice of?
Yes.
And further, did he tell you why he owned those types of gloves?
Yes, he said that they had cats at his house and he used the gloves to change the cat litter.
Okay. Now, the defendant's brother, Stephen Duke, do you know what he does for a living?
I do not.
Okay. So you don't know where he works?
I don't.
Okay, that's fine. So, and to be clear, when did the defendant indicate he brought the glove to Tara's home?
He said he brought the gloves after he killed her. He said he killed her, then left the house in a rush, went back to his house to gather a quilt and the gloves to then come back to the crime scene, which is, again, when he made the phone call on his way back to the house and then went to the house.
Towards the end of the video portion, we hear you discussing going out there or him taking you somewhere. Where is it that you wanted him to go with you?
The orchard where they dumped the body, where he dumped the body the first time, and then they took the body to the secondary location.
Okay. And before I move on, let's talk about that. The information that you just said, where he dumped the body and then they took it to a secondary location. Can you tell us what you mean by that from what Ryan Duke told you?
Sure. He said when he took her out to the orchard, he put her into the pecan orchard, and that the body stayed there for several days before they went back out. He and Beau went back out there to the orchard, and then that's when Beau found out and saw the body for the first time, and then they moved the body from there together to deeper into the woods to the pine tree area, then went back to the shed and got the loads of wood from the shed that was located just near the entrance as you go in, and then proceeded to burn the body.
Based on what Ryan Duke told you, did Beau Dukes ever go to Tara Grinstead's residence?
No.
Based on what Ryan Duke told you, when did Beau Dukes become involved in this conspiracy?
He said he told him Sunday when he got back to the house that he had killed her. He said Beau didn't believe him.
Yes, sir.
And then he told him again, the investigation had been going on at that time for several days, and he and Beau conversated again. I think it was that Wednesday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That Wednesday is the day they went back out to the orchard.
Okay. And the orchard that we've been discussing, is that located in Irwin County?
No, it's in Fitzgerald, Ben Hill County.
Did you personally charge Beau Dukes with any crimes related to his actions in burning Tara Grinstead's body?
I did.
And offhand, do you recall what those crimes were that you charged Beau Dukes with?
Concealing death.
And are those charges against Beau Dukes still pending?
They are.
Now, the orchard that we've heard about from the defendant and that we talked about earlier that belonged to Randy Hudson, did the defendant agree to go with you out there that day?
He did.
After the video was turned off in this interview, is there a second recording, both audio and video, of the defendant?
Yes.
When does the second interview, I'm going to call it a second interview, but the audio portion, why did you turn the audio back on at that point?
I came back in because I had left the room after that initial video cuts off. I leave the room. I then start making some phone calls to the agents that were at the location. There was already agents out there at the orchard area, near that orchard area. I was letting my boss know what was going on, advising him of everything that had just happened, took place. We're getting ready to come out there. I had some administrative paperwork that still needed to be completed. And so I was out of the room at that point in time. Then when I came back in the room, we started the recorder again, just the audio recording. And I knew we were getting ready to leave and get in my car and drive. So there was no capability of having further video going on from my computer that we were doing the actual interview with.
Yes, sir.
And so turned the recorder back on, completed some of the administrative paperwork that we did. At that point, we got in my vehicle, and myself, Brian, and Agent Holland, Madison Holland.
Yes, sir.
And then we drove together to the orchard in Fitzgerald.
You say that after this video that we just watched was turned off, that you left the room. Do you recall if Agent Madison Holland also left the room, or if he stayed in there with Beau Dukes?
With Ryan?
With Ryan, I'm sorry.
I can't remember, honestly. Okay. I don't remember if he stayed. He may have stayed in for a few minutes and maybe back and forth. I think we may have both been in and out in that area.
So I want to talk about the audio portion we've listened to just a minute before we go into the second audio. In the beginning, why did you not immediately advise Mr. Duke, Ryan Duke, of these Miranda rights that we talked about earlier and that we heard you?
He wasn't in custody.
And at some point, well, let me ask this first. We talked about that prior to you reading Miranda rights, was he there voluntarily and free to go?
Yes.
At the point where you read Miranda, why have you chosen to stop and read Miranda at that specific point?
Because he wasn't going to be free to leave at that point.
And why was that?
Because he had just confessed to murdering Miss Grinstead.
Okay. And throughout the interview, does Mr. Duke make statements to you that acknowledge the fact that he knows that he's not free to leave anymore, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about when you turned the audio back on. You talked about you had some administrative paperwork to do. Mm-hmm. Can you tell the jury what that was?
Arrest. I think it was the arrest record.
Okay. And again, that was audio recorded?
It is.
Have you had a chance to listen to that audio recently?
Yes.
Show opposing counsel. It's the Martin States Exhibit 185. Agent Beau, I'm going to show you what I marked as States Exhibit 185. Ask you to take a look at that for me, please.
Sure. Okay.
Do you recognize what 185 is?
I do.
And how do you recognize 185?
I recognize it because I'm the one that created this. This is a copy, a DVD copy of that second audio recording with Ryan, dated and timed.
Okay.
With my initials on it.
That's going to be my question. So, is this a true and accurate recording of that second audio with Ryan Duke?
It is.
Exhibit 186. Should have done this at the same time, sorry. To show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 186, do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is a DVD copy of the video that was created with Ryan and myself going out to the orchard.
Okay. And how do you know that that's a true and accurate copy, or how do you know that disc is the disc that you're talking about?
I viewed it and then initialed the disc itself.
Okay. And is this disc a true and accurate recording of the video that was taken at the orchard?
Yes.
Now, this particular video, did you take it yourself?
I did not.
Okay. But are you actually in the video?
Yes.
As it relates to State's Exhibit 185, the audio recording, does it continue running while the video recording, State's Exhibit 186, is also running?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So at some portion, are these, both 186 and 185, going to be overlapping as far as content?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to publish 185, but I would say that there's probably a good stopping point where we could stop when they get in the vehicle if we're going to need a break or take lunch, because it is rather long.
How long is 185?
185 is 2 hours.
All right, but there's a good break point
Yes,
after how long?
I'd say about 25, 30 minutes.
All right, we've got about 25 minutes of audio. Does anybody need a break before we launch into that? Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Any objection to 185?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, that's submitted without objection.
And I apologize, I forgot, I said 185 and 186, I would seek to amend those.
Any objection to 186, Ms. Martin?
No, thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Norton, yes.
Do you need some water?
I've got some, thank you. Today is
Sorry, I'm just afraid I'm going to get it wrapped up in the cords if I do it by myself. Thank you. Perfect.
That's all audio. Yeah, want that backed up just a little bit. It looks like
Please. Okay.
it might already be in your lap a little bit. So.
Apologize, I just was trying to
No,
make
that's
it
all
loud
right.
enough.
The whole point is so you can hear it as well as
Okay,
you
good.
can. So if some of you need it closer, just let us know, okay?
One of the jurors has just told me it's plenty loud, so we have succeeded. I apologize, I'm going to stop that again and just back it up. Judge, may I begin play now?
Today's date is Wednesday, February 22nd, 2017. Time now is 2:42 p.m. located at the Ocilla Police Department with Ryan Duke. And we're going to start working on the arrest record at this point. And this wasn't on record. I'm putting it on record now that you understand that you are under arrest. Yes, sir, I do. You know what I mean? You just call it Ryan. Yes, sir. That's what you're saying. That's all right. Tell me your birthday again.
11/30/1983.
Door where?
Fitzgerald, Georgia, Normandy Medical Center.
336.
Yes, sir.
Pleasure Lake Lane. Was that some good 3 minutes?
774.
Irwin.
Yes, sir.
Brown. That's over me.
5'9", I think. 5'10" with shoes.
How much do you weigh?
About 198.
Scarf, marks, tattoos.
I got a tattoo
I'm just going to add them down. Tattoos.
on both shoulders.
Okay. So, what we're going to do is we'll just take photographs.
Yes, sir. I had a scar from where I was on dialysis for about a year.
So you got tattoos, both shoulders, right calf, and then you have a scar on your chest.
Yes, sir.
Would you have like a pool? Had to put a pool in?
Yes, sir, right there.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my mom had to have one of those.
That's horrible. Sitting there hooked up to drink so much, my kidneys are just shut down.
Really? Got any teeth out of them pretty good?
Yes, sir, falling out. When I quit drinking, they went to shit. Perfect teeth the whole time I was a drug addict, but
Usually does. Tell me that home phone number again.
229-468.
Education, 12th grade.
Yes, sir.
And tell me your social one more time.
257-51.
You're not working anywhere, are you?
No, sir, I'm on disability.
You have a driver's license?
No, sir.
I'm assuming since you don't have a driver's license, you don't have a vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. Not married.
No, sir.
Tell me your dad's name.
Frederick Linnaeus.
Where was Mr. Frederick staying?
I can't remember the name.
Here in Ocilla?
Yes, sir. It's right across from the hospital.
Okay.
Right there on the corner where the Project House is over.
Yes, sir. And your mother's name?
Karen. You want her maiden or given?
It's Karen or middle name.
Yes, sir.
We'll just use that.
Okay.
And the house next to you is what, that 336?
No, that's 332. I'm in 336.
32 Pleasure Lake. And I know your brother's Stephen
Yes, sir.
Duke, and he lives in Omega.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna see him today.
I hadn't spoke to him in years. So.
You don't talk to your brother about him?
Well, he's doing good. You know,
Feel like
I'm not worthy to have that kind of, I don't feel like I deserve to have those kinds of relationships anymore. I had them for a long time. And girls, that's the biggest reason is, you know, I could have come in here and lied and tried to manipulate it. I mean, but I don't want them kids.
you know, they'll put them through it too.
They don't deserve it. They're innocent.
Brothers?
Just Stephen and Jamie.
Jamie? That's James O'Neill, right?
Yes, sir.
That's your stepbrother.
He's a half
brother, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
And that's James O'Neill?
Yes, sir.
I think he was here earlier.
Yeah, he wasn't. He
He stays out there at 332?
Yes, sir. Him and his wife and their girls, he works as a butcher in a meat market. You know, Nashville, yes, sir.
No sister? No sisters? But we do is, at some point we have to take it over to the jail. You understand? And what we'll do is, at that point, we'll take some overall photographs.
I understand.
Of the tattoos and scars and all that kind of stuff. This is an arrest record. This is just basically all the information that we went over together.
Yes, sir.
The only thing it doesn't have on here is the offenses yet. That won't be put on there until tomorrow.
I understand.
Just make sure that all this information is correct, and then you just sign that thing which says suspect signature. By signing this doesn't say you're guilty of anything, even though you didn't know what you've done. It just says that you're aware this is the information is correct.
I understand. I really know what's going to happen when I come in here today.
We don't know just a little bit there because those people are still out there.
I understand.
But we got to make sure that area's kind of cleared a little bit.
Yes, sir. I understand.
And then kind of go from there. Can I get you some water or something to drink? You want a water? I'm going to get you a water.
I'm okay.
You sure?
Yes.
I don't want you to be dehydrated either.
No, sir. It's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Want anything to eat?
No, sir.
Okay. Snack and then a beverage?
No,
Bag of chips?
no, thank you.
Whatever you need, we'll
I
get
appreciate it.
And I'm glad that you've decided to do the right thing. I mean, that's all you can do
Yes.
at this point. Just do the right thing. And that's what you're doing. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I just wish so many people didn't have to get hurt.
Not in the least.
And that's been a disappointment. My family just constant.
But good for you
You're going to find that you probably aren't as much of a disappointment to them as you think you are.
I ought to be, man. I can look in the mirror. I haven't been able to for years.
I'm hoping after today you can. Because believe it or not, you're doing the right thing. Putting this behind you, family, I promise you, you're going to be, because now this slate is clean. It won't seem like that for them, but I promise you, at the end of the day, you're going to be happy that this slate's clean.
Not sure. I got to live with that.
But knowing that you've done the right thing now should give you something.
Yeah, but I didn't for a long time, and I think that matters more.
But everybody has their own opinion about that, you understand that, you know?
Yes, sir.
Like I said, the other thing that we were coming to today was, I understand the whole, you punched her in the head and knocked her out. I'll be honest with you, I've never seen that happen. I'm not saying it can't, but, so.
Everything's just so clearly is. A lot of it is clear. I mean,
Just the act itself.
yes, sir. I don't know if it's the adrenaline or fear or whatever happened. It's not clear. I can't see it, and every other part of this, I'm pretty kind of remember a lot better than say, you asked me what I did 2 weeks ago. I can't fucking tell you, if I wasn't sitting at home.
This is pretty traumatic. You got to remember that traumatic event.
Yes, sir.
And I guess that's really, the whole thing. I know you're saying, but, you're clouded on that part, but you're not, I mean, obviously, when you cremate a body, you know that you're the one responsible for this.
I killed her. I mean, it's my fault. She's gone. I have no illusions about that. And acting out and getting as far going on the dope and the drugs is just hoping somebody, show up.
I was hoping to get it behind you.
Yes, sir. Just because I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't strong enough to do it on my own. I didn't want to willingly cause harm on my family. And I know that's a cowardly ass act on my part. I mean, whatever's coming, I deserve it.
But maybe there's a point where you can get to talk to somebody like a counselor that deals with these kinds of emotional issues that can help you and give you some tools to help you deal with it.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, we're not doing this wrong, and I know the police and we have this, at the end of the day, we're here to help people. We're here to hurt people. We're not out here to hurt people. We have a job to do. And what we do in the bureau and what every officer does is only our truth finders.
My stepdad was better, and I didn't mean by my comments to be disparaging to what I think the troops stand for. I think it's a hell of a thing.
And I thought it was similar. I understand.
Just law enforcement too, there's good and bad people on both sides. And I believe that I had a very skewed opinion before you treated me the way you were. I mean,
well, you're a person, aren't you? Don't you deserve to be treated with respect?
To the people, to anybody. I can't tell you the last, what it came down to last night. I can't remember the last time somebody was willfully kind and respectful to me instead of looking at me like I'm fixing to steal their wallet or, I know I have anxiety problems. Almost agoraphobic, having panic attacks and shaking on the way here just because I was leaving my house. That's how isolated I've been.
Just remember you kind of leave the house and come down here to make
that or just even going anywhere from my house. I panic. It's not that bad like with me and you in here, but you try to problem with people and I'll get extremely uncomfortable and clammy. I think I'm slightly autistic too because I have a hard time maintaining eye contact. I try. But I grew up in the 80s, so I didn't know what the fuck autism was. So, yes, sir. mean, I think all of us, there's a spectrum for it, and
And I'll tell you, when we go out there, we've kind of, what we're doing over the last couple of times is we're clearing that area out, right? Because I realize that in you, and so we're clearing that area out to make sure there's nobody out there except for just a couple people out of the way. Because there's probably like 20 people out there doing what they're doing.
I understand, man. Y'all got a job to do just like everybody else.
We're kind of like I said, we're clearing that area so that you're not going to have to go through a mass of people. And they're all law enforcement people, they're all GBI agents.
Yes, sir.
You know, and I'll tell you tonight, maybe on this afternoon, we're supposed to interview Stephen this afternoon, fine here. Where it might be another agent that talks to him, but we're going to go talk to the family. We're going to go talk to her family this afternoon. They're actually moving period. Now, they're moving from out of the period. And I'm going to express to them, you know, what you told me. And, you know, express your, you know, I guess would be desire for, you know, have an understanding that you want them to know yourself what happened. I think they will. Closure. You know what you're doing today for them? And this is not saying that's courage, because you're giving them a closure. You're giving them something that nobody else in this world can do. It's courageous.
I've been beating myself up for years, man. It ain't a switch.
And I've seen your yearbook photo. I didn't recognize you. I mean, this has been really killing you and beating you up for the last 10, 12 years.
Eternity. I mean, it really did.
You have a hard time sleeping? Do you have like nightmares?
Most when I do actually sleep, it's that pure exhausted where you go straight into REM and you wake up immediately like you didn't sleep.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You know, that's about the only kind of sleep I get. I mean, other than that, last night, maybe 30, 45 minutes. Last night I was highly stressed, which isn't unusual, but just sleep came more than 4 hours to be a vacation, you know.
Yeah. Have you taken any kind of medication since then that try to help you sleep? I'm assuming that's probably going to have some medications.
Yes, I used to take what was it called? Seroquel, something like that. And I pissed to bed one night and I quit taking it.
Just a lot of bad side effects.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather fucking not sleep than go into a coma for 8 hours could burn down and I wouldn't woke up. You know, because medicine nowadays scares me. Just because when I went through all that health stuff, they give me 10, 12 bottles of pills and I could literally line this whole desk up with the side effects.
Right.
You know what I mean?
They give you one pill that causes this side effect, so you take a pill for that side effect, causes another side effect, take another pill for that side. It's just a never-ending cycle.
Yes, sir. It is. I didn't think I deserved to be healthy. You know, I didn't feel like I deserved to be healthy or happy. You know, how could a human being be? I mean, how could you?
It's kind of like you said before, you know, you have to come to terms with that in your own way.
Yes, sir.
You know, the way things happen was wrong. I mean, it's just wrong.
Yes, sir.
You know, like you said, and I'm just repeating what you said, you know, nobody deserves that treatment no matter what they've done. But, you know, like soldiers, you know, we have soldiers that go after you, were one of them. But, you know, for you, you know, in the right state of mind is not capable of being that person. But you, when you get involved with these other things that create that inside of you, it changes you.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it got to where I was a different person. I mean, like I said, when I was drinking real bad, I just had these fucking outbursts. I'd break windows, and I never hurt anybody. I never tried to, but I'd just be screaming and hollering and carrying on, and just, I'm not that type of person. I've never been, you know, I've never been angry. I ain't gonna say I've never been angry, but...
Impulsive?
I'm impulsive. I've had that problem, I mean, with cigarettes, caffeine, all the typical things, but...
Do you want a Coke or coffee?
No, sure. No, sure.
No, so you want to
It popped in my head, but I know you can't smoke in these buildings, so it's
we can probably find you somewhere if you want to sit down outside and not smoke. Do you want to? If I can hide you one?
no, sure. I need to.
I'll tell you what we'll do when we get out there. We'll let you go ahead and have a cigarette out there. How about that? That thing will help you a little bit?
I don't have any service.
We'll get you one. That won't be a problem.
I mean, I don't want.
We'll get you one.
I just.
We'll get you one. That'll be a problem. Promise you. We'll not do that. Okay? Like I said, I just tell this has been around on you a long time. I think at the end of the day, believe it or not, you'll say that you haven't been able to sleep. I think no matter where you're at tonight, you're gonna sleep because you know you've got this behind you. I know you think that you won't, but you're going to.
And just such a
You're dealing with this for an entire third of your life.
well, I don't want it to sound like only for me, no illusions about what I've done. There ain't a second that goes by that I don't think about her or a million questions. What if I could, would, should
I think the biggest thing for the family and looking at this really the why. Why did it happen? Was there something related to a relationship that went bad? Or was it something like what you're saying, was this thing that turned into this thing? Having that knowledge, believe it or not, is a lot of closure for people to have an understanding. Just to have that why is an understanding.
I can't imagine, what they could have even awful. Wouldn't we set shit on a fucking terrorist? You really wouldn't. I
wouldn't waste one. I wouldn't waste one on terrorists.
Having somebody vanish like that, the body is, and it's got to be a nightmare for them, and this ain't gonna do nothing, like you said, I hope it does help.
It'll make closure. Like I said, for all that matter, she could have still been alive somewhere. Look at these stories that come out where these little kids get taken and
20 years
10 or 15 years later they're still alive. This gives them that closure.
Yes, sir.
You're able to give them.
Yeah, I should have dealt with it then and there. The question I went over the most is if I hadn't ran out, if there.
Like you said, when you went back to go check on her, you checked for the pulse and all those kinds of things, and she didn't have one.
Yeah, I could have done the right thing then and there, and I didn't. That's the shit that bothers me.
Well, you were scared, weren't you?
Yes, sir. I still am. I have no illusions about where I'm going either.
Can you ask for forgiveness?
I have to every day. God forgive me, for I never will.
You can't get forgiveness unless you ask for it, right?
Yeah, but God
surely ask for it.
Yes, sir.
Don't you think you're even halfway at this point?
I've been, I grew up Southern Baptist church, all happy, and 5 minutes later out the door and they're talking about, she wore that dress, and
I'm sure seeing all the posters and stuff around over the years is probably kind of tough.
Yes, sir. I could never look at one. Miss Grinstead. I just.
And you met her as a teacher in school, or she was just a teacher you knew there?
She just another face.
Did you play sports or anything over there?
Yes, I played tennis. I did play football, but I quit my senior year. It's the only year I played down here. I played pretty regular, but when I was soon as I turned 16, I started working.
I understand I do the same thing. Kind of hard keeping a job and playing sports and all that at the same time. I understand.
Well, it's funny, I quit my job, I quit football because I really wasn't happy with the coach, and long story. Same week I got fired from my job because I was playing football. Yeah. It's just
definitely understand.
Just true definition of hell was meeting the person that you could have become.
And you think you've become that person now?
No, it's the person I could have been. You know,
Oh, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
if I hadn't done everything I did to get to this point right now.
Right.
You know, and I do go to hell and I meet this guy that, you know, that could have been me. I could have been happy. I could have had a family.
That thing over.
Yeah,
Nah, it's in your mind.
it's beginning, but it's over.
I'm telling you, you're bringing closure to something. No matter your part in it, you're bringing closure to something. And by doing what you're doing today and being honest about what you had done then, you're bringing that closure and you're actually helping people today.
Yeah,
But you're also helping a lot of people too. You're bringing closure. All those people that people were pointing fingers at and saying, you're the one, you're the one that did this, you're the one. That's not going to ever happen again. They're going to be, guess what, they get to be able to move on now too. It's not just a family that's going to get closure. This whole community is going to get closure.
I understand that.
Because of you doing the right thing today and saying, hey, look, I'm the one responsible for that. You know what I mean? Taking responsibility is growing up and becoming the people that we should be. And you're doing that now. It doesn't matter when you do it, it matters how you do it. And that's what you're doing today. And I'm telling you, that's courageous to come forward and do what you're doing now. Could you not have come in here and told some lies and everything like that? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And made this a lot harder than it has to be? Yeah, we could have done that. But you came in here, no matter what it was, you came in here and you were honest. And that shows courage. Moving forward, you're willing to take us out there and show us, where her body was cremated and burned. And you're going to show us that, and you're going to tell us that. And that's all part of this big cycle of closure that everybody's going to get.
Yes, sir.
You sure you're okay, Nick?
No, sir, I'm all right.
That's before
I got petite mustache. I got folliculitis, so I'm not shaving.
Okay.
I didn't learn that until I was in the military. I had ingrown hairs all the way around my neck, and I actually got a prescription, PT pass, not PT, what the fuck they call it. Some kind of pass, I could shave every other day.
That was good. Yeah, let's have to do that.
It's dark hair, you're a dark haired guy. I understand.
Yeah, right now, it's been a long couple of days, man, so.
That's true. I do not envy you and your job.
But, like I said, it's a rough job because of what we have to do.
Yes.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're seekers of truth. But being able to, I'm telling you, being able to come in here today and bring closure. I'm telling you, you're not just bringing closure to family. You're bringing closure to everybody who's ever worked this case, who's ever been involved with this case. And I'm telling you, it's like thousands of people. Okay? All right, let me just keep that down until we get to where we're going. I want to grab something off the car. I put that on the restaurant. Simple. I got you a couple cigarettes too, man. I'll get out of you smoke. Well, you put them in the room. Not too tight, man. All right, we'll get it out. We're going to start working. I'll take your water with us, okay? All right. I'm going to put this in your pocket if that's okay. That's fine, sir. Okay, can we put this in there and keep it on the curb?
Yes, sir. Which way?
We're going to go to the left, just follow there, get your police. It's not. It wasn't running either. Okay. You don't have any weapons, pocket knives, or anything?
No, sir, I don't have any things in my pockets.
It's just something you never better check.
I understand. I don't carry one ever.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you. Just follow the road a little bit, okay?
Yes, sir.
Get your place?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Put you in the front seat, okay?
Yes, sir.
If I stopped at 2808, I would think it'd be a good stopping point for me to start back.
I'll be fine. Let's get something to eat, ladies and gentlemen. Leave your pads there in your chair. Nobody will bother them while we're on the lunch break. Once again, don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't even discuss it among yourselves while you're enjoying your lunch. Y'all can adjourn. Let's everybody in the audience remain in place while the jury leaves the courtroom. Thank you. Sure. Y'all can come on back, Miss Merchant. Thank you. It's playing now.
A little over an hour, it looks like.
Right, and that's 185, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, at some point, 186 is going to pick up. Has it already? It will start when you get to the orchard.
It is not. It starts when they get to the orchard, but I actually wanted to bring that up. I didn't want to do it now or later. So what I have done, Judge, is in order to be able to not have to play both of them since they overlap, is I have found a way to play them simultaneously with the video just muted. And so the audio comes from, because the audio from this disc is much better than the audio from the video because of how far away the camera is. And so essentially it's a dubbing is what I'm doing, is I'm playing the video and the audio simultaneously, and I have the correct time to start it so that they're matched up. And so that's what I would expect to do unless there's an objection to that. But otherwise, they're going to hear both the video and, watch a video and see an audio with the same thing.
So those two devices were running at the same time?
Yes, Your Honor. For the portion of the
on that
video.
day, yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, any problem?
No, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Merchant. Anything else from the state we need to talk about over the lunch?
No, not over lunch, but I do need to get the original search warrant. It was under seal in the clerk's file for the defendant's DNA. I think they maybe asked you about that earlier.
All right, if you'll just clerk.
Yes. When I spoke with the clerk yesterday, she said you had the file, so that's why. But it'll have to be unsealed.
Well, it's in the
Yes, sir.
chambers, I guess that's what she meant. Anything for y'all from the defense we need?
Out of the file, I would like a copy of the indictment to use. That's it.
Copy of the indictment.
Yes.
We got it. All right, we'll be in recess till about 1:15. Can y'all get us a copy of the indictment, please? Ms. Merchant, QA?
I'm trying to find a photograph.
Sure. You got any use for these photographs during your next part of this too? Okay. All right. Ask the jury to join us, please, Ms. Watkins. Hope you enjoyed your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to start back. Ms. Hart?
You comfortable?
Yes, fine.
You put this one on top, or you want it on top?
It's fine, sir. It's mine.
Here's your cigarettes, by the way. And that's your water. If you want to drink it anytime, you drink it anytime you want to, okay? You got enough room out there, Matt? Yeah, we're good. All righty. Just for the sake of directions, I know where we're going, but I'd like for you to tell me where I'm going.
Yes, sir. It's been a long time, but I'll do my best.
Okay. So right now, we're going to leave and we're going to head towards where?
Fisher. Just take 319 all the way to Fisher and hang the right, and I believe that's the way. Start going out of town.
Okay.
Actually, if we go straight through.
So go up towards Fitzgerald, which is that way?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
To the right. So it's been years since I've been to Fisher.
Okay. Now, is it in Fitzgerald or is it?
It's out past it.
Okay, so keep going through Fitzgerald and on the other side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the store, the G&G Mart, that's the one right here behind us to the left. That's one you're talking about?
Yes, sir. It used to be a Swifty Mart or
I don't even know. I think they took the payphone down. Was it on the side of the building or on the front?
It was in the front,
Okay.
I believe. Yes, sir. I think it was in the front.
Will you give him just ETA updates as we get a little closer?
Ocilla.
Okay. When we get through the north side of Fitzgerald, like he's saying, just go ahead and text him. Sure about it? I mean, if you want that water, now get you some more water.
Yes, sir. I'm all right. Thank you.
remember if there was any light? Well, there weren't any lights on in the house, or were there when he went into the house?
I don't think so.
You don't remember seeing any?
I don't remember seeing any, no, sir.
Do you know about, from the time you got to the house the first time until you got her out here where you dropped the body, do you know about how long, how many hours it may have been?
At least 6.
But you made the phone call and then you went pretty much almost to the house directly after that.
Yes, sir, then nobody answered, and they basically my worst fear.
Right. So you said you kind of drove down that way, kind of checked the area, make sure you parked, and then...
No, sir, I just drove straight there.
Okay. Maybe an hour after you put her body in the truck, it takes you to do all that you got to do out here. So about 5 hours before the phone call, then you're thinking, if the whole incident was 5 or 6 hours, then maybe 4 or 5 hours before the phone call is when everything happened.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That phone call was when I then got everybody out here.
Looking back, I know you don't quite remember, but if you were going to dump her keys in her purse, would you have done it before or after dumping the body, you think?
I guess after. I mean, I said that I hadn't even thought about that.
Like getting rid of the body was paramount at that point.
Yes, sir.
Out of the fear.
Yes,
and then the purse and the keys. But I mean, you didn't take anything else from the house, no jewelry or anything like that. And you said you don't remember seeing any jewelry on her.
No, sir.
And once again, I'm just saying this. If there was any type of relationship or friendship before, it's okay.
There wasn't, sir.
Okay. So completely random.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So will you hand me water, please? Thanks, sir. That's for you for later. Do you think, I know you said you were dating, you said Lindsay, right?
Yes, sir.
What do you think were the issues with that relationship? I mean, why do you think that, was it an amicable breakup, or?
She was still in love with her husband.
Oh, okay.
This before they was married, but I was just a side fling, basically.
Do you think that that might have been some kind of additional contributing factor to things that were going on before all this happened with Terry in your life? I mean, how did you deal with that?
Drinking. I mean, drugs. That's how I dealt with everything back then.
Was it, as far as alcohol, but what was the drug of choice back then?
Mostly pot, coke. I tried meth a couple of times. Didn't particularly like it, but it'll do if you're in a pinch for a while.
So kind of like numbing things to numb the senses.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just going to point this out just because we're going to ride by it. That cleaners that we were talking about is up here on the right-hand side of the
Yes, sir. Right past Pizza Hut.
Right past the Pizza Hut?
Yeah.
Okay. And the dumpster itself, was it on the back of this or was it on the back of the main plaza?
It was on the back side of the plaza.
So the whole big plaza back there, this one is smaller?
I think this one, it was on the back side around there.
Okay, so it was right behind this set of buildings?
Yes, sir.
So right behind the cleaners?
Yes, sir.
And you said your aunt used to work there?
No, she still runs it, I think. I mean, I wasn't in the hood. That was her place at work.
At the time?
Yes, sir. I had no clue.
Do you think maybe subconsciously your mind is like saying, well, this is someplace I'm familiar with?
Yeah, probably. I mean, like I said, everything after was irrational fear, just...
Of course, the train's coming through Fitzgerald. I'm going to turn to avoid that train. Sorry about that late turn. Sorry, Blair. Oh, I'm talking to Blair behind us. It's nothing.
Guess I think I heard your phone vibrate or something.
It's up here. Check with them out there, just to see if they are. If they are, then no. If they aren't, then yes. Well, I guess the train's done going past. Good. I don't mind telling you, we're going to video record what we do out there. So just, if I ask you to point to something, it's because we're actually doing the video.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind. That since the cremation and the burning of her body, you've never come back out here again?
No, sir.
you ever, you've never had an opportunity to talk to anybody about all this, have you?
No, sir.
There's Tori in front of us, one of our other agents. Side or the left side of
The right.
Right?
It's there be a store and it's maybe a football field or two. Well, it's like I said, it's been a long time.
Is there anything like a house right there or a marker that you can remember?
There used to be a house which we would take to get back into the field. I'm not actually sure where the main part of the field is.
Okay. Was there maybe like a fence or something in the front yard that kind of stood out to you?
I think there was a fence. I couldn't tell you for 100%.
We'll go slow. If you see it, then we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
This store is the one on the left, the one you're talking about here at Lower Rebecca Road?
Yes, sir, I believe so. So it's been over a decade since I've been out
That's
there.
fine. We'll just go really slow if you think you see something that looks familiar to you once we get past out here. Is?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Okay.
So I don't remember all them houses back there.
Okay. We'll just slow down a little bit and see. This is it?
Yes, sir, I remember that house.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and start this.
Go right ahead. He's going to start video recording, all right?
Yes, sir.
So just keep going straight back?
Yes, sir.
It was still dark with her.
Yes, sir. It was, like I said, it was barely sunrise.
Okay. But you didn't put it out like way far out into the woods. You kind of set her out.
No, sir. It was in an opening on the back end of the trees up here.
Okay. So kind of follow where that car right there is going?
Yes, sir. And should hang a lift when we get to the tree line.
Okay. These sheds right here, is this the ones that you were talking about had the wood and stuff in it?
Yes, sir. I believe so. It's the only ones out here. I thought they were wooden.
Okay. But you remember coming back up and having to get some wood out of there, like a truckload full?
Yes, sir.
This is over here, you're saying that this is kind of the area where you may have put her down first?
Yes, sir, it's somewhere in here, the exact spot.
I mean, it wasn't out here in the main ordinance, you put her off to the side?
It was, I think, right up in here, because I don't remember none of these smaller trees.
Okay.
I said I can't be 100% any. I mean, everything looks different.
Yeah. But you think it's somewhere along, probably along the wood line?
Yes,
thinking?
this is right in here is where I left her and we went back over here in the woods to cremate her.
So where those white trucks are out back there?
Yes, sir, I believe it's no to the right there.
Okay.
So it's a lot thicker than it was.
I tell you what we'll do is we're going to pull down to where those trucks are and kind of let you look there first.
Yes, sir.
And see if you recognize that area, and then if not, then we can move from there. How about that?
Yes, sir, that's fine. I think this is the area there. If I ain't mistaken, there was a barbed fence not far.
Okay. Like I said, we'll walk over here, see where the tents are.
Yes.
We'll walk over there and let you see that area first, if that's not where you think it is. I think there is a fence over here on the limit.
That's what I'm thinking, it's this,
I'll tell you what, we'll go where you want to go first, and then we'll go over there. How about that?
yes, sir.
Yeah, he's going to let you out. And here's a seatbelt over there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, perfect.
You want me to? Thank you, sir.
How about that?
I appreciate that. So it's a lot thicker.
Yeah, see, there's the fence right there.
Yeah, isn't there a field, though? I remember there being a field, an open field.
An open field?
Yes, sir.
Well, we can walk. I mean, if you... I'm following you. At this point, I'm leaving it up to you.
Yes, sir. Just, I don't, it could be back there.
It could be over here. You want to walk? We'll follow you wherever you want.
I mean, I'm not sure. It just, I keep thinking there's a barbed wire fence somewhere.
Yeah, like I said, I know there's a fence over there on that side.
Is there an orchard on the other side of them?
There is on that side over there. That's the orchard turns.
Okay, because it might be on the other side of the orchard that I'm thinking about.
Okay. Did Beau kind of take over at this point? You think is that why you're having a little bit harder time?
No, I was with him the whole time, and just...
I mean, he knows this area better.
A lot better than I do. I mean, I said,
I mean, you asked him for help, right?
yes, sir.
You kind of see what we're already kind of looking at.
Yes, sir. Remember there being a real big thicket, kind of like that, but we was on the other side of it. I mean, it was similar to that, but it wasn't that.
Well, I mean, we keep walking wherever you want to go. We'll just watch your step. There's briars and stuff out here.
Yes, sir. Oh, shit.
You think down here?
Well, I'm trying to get around.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yes, sir. I didn't want to drag everybody through that shit.
I understand. Just take your time. Like I said, those briars are kind of thick.
Yes, sir. I've had my fair dealings with them things.
I can imagine. Watch your step.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Oops, sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just keeping you following.
if y'all see like deer paths, things like that, that helps. It could be over here.
I mean, it kind of had to be open, right? Because y'all were worried about catching fire to the woods?
Yes, sir. It was open, but said it was 10, 15 feet in front of a thick part like that. Like I said, it's been a decade though. I mean,
And you haven't been back out here?
No, sir.
There's a pile of wood over there.
It could be. It looks like there's a pile of wood in there.
Another pile right over there too. I mean, when y'all got done burning it, I mean...
Yeah, we burn all the wood. I mean...
You don't remember seeing any bones or anything left after y'all got done burning?
No, sir. I mean, I assumed the animal had drug off anything that could have been left. I mean...
Okay.
So, like I said, there wasn't nothing but ashes when I come back.
Well, like I said, just take the time for a few more minutes and just get your bearings and just do the best you can. That's all we can ask you to do.
Ain't none of this clear enough for, because we didn't walk 10, 15 foot to the truck to where we cremated her.
So it was pretty much right off that road?
Yes, sir, but exactly where, I'm not sure.
That's fine.
I mean...
That's fine. All we can get you to do is... But out here is where it happened?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I mean, you have no doubts about that. I mean,
No,
it took
sir.
us all the way to that road where we parked.
Yes, sir. I'm pretty sure that's the same road, but finding the exact spot is going to be...
The only thing we can do is give it the old college try, you know?
Yes, sir. This don't look familiar. I think we've come too far down.
Okay. You want to go back out to the main road and walk back down? And
Yes,
because you
sir.
said you remember seeing a fence, though.
Yes, sir.
And the fence is on that side.
It could be. Like I said, everything just looks different. I mean,
Okay.
so it's been at least 10 years.
Hang on your cigarette. They're keeping ready to burn. It's just, we got another one in the car for you, too, sir.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Can't walk and chew gum.
When I saw that, I figured I'd help you with that.
I appreciate it. It's just, none of this seems familiar. I mean, there's got to be a thicket like that. So that's where you're going to find the spot is, I mean, it probably covered it up.
Do you think just the time that it's been out here, the pine straw, everything's covered the area?
Well, just that type of undergrowth, it don't take, 3 or 4 years for shit like that to get out of hand.
Right. I think we went this way. If we're going back out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It just don't, nothing look familiar. And we could be on the wrong side of the road too.
So you just don't think you're going to be able to, based on what you see right now?
Not with any certainty, no, sir.
Okay.
That's it. It is.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Ah, damn.
Just watch your step going down. And there's your barbed wire there.
Yes, sir.
I mean, do you remember crossing the barbed wire?
No, sir. I'm not sure this fence was here then.
Maybe not this part, but this has been here a while.
Yeah. I mean,
There's some old barbed wire on that thing right there.
yes, sir. What I was seeing in my head is just completely different.
Okay.
And like I said, it should be an opening, or cremated her, it was an opening like that. You know, a wide open space so the woods wouldn't catch on fire.
Right. But right now, just based on what you're seeing in the time, you just don't think it's possible.
No, sir.
But without a shadow of a doubt in your
No,
mind,
sir.
you're certain that this is the area
Yes, sir. This is the area.
where y'all cremated her.
Anywhere within a couple football field radius of this whole road, I'm 100% positive.
So she was out in the orchard, y'all loaded her up in the truck and brought her down this road.
Yes, sir.
But you just can't say exactly for sure where.
No, sir. It just...
Okay. All right, then. We'll go on back to the truck, man.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I appreciate you trying. I got you back here.
Oh, thank you.
And watch your step going down.
Yes, sir.
I got you back here so you can't fall.
Yeah, I've got little slide-ons. I got unnaturally wide feet, so a lot of tennis shoes don't fit.
I'll tell you what, I got another cigarette back here for you. And I'll let you smoke that, and then we'll head on back to town.
Yes, sir. Like I say, it's going to be in a clearing. I mean, it just...
That's all you can remember is a clearing.
Yes, sir. There was a clearing, and I mean, I'm pretty sure I left a bag of trash too.
You left a bag of trash?
Yes, sir. But 10 years
You
ain't.
said that was after the fact. You put the trash on top of it. Or did you burn that in a separate location?
No, I didn't burn all the trash. I just threw some around. And it was
Remember what kind of trash it was?
just house trash, paper, brown, you know, them drinking cups.
Was it in like a plastic bag?
Yes, sir, a white plastic bag.
And that was right in the same spot that your body
Yes,
was?
sir, it was, if I remember correctly, it was about 10 feet behind it.
Okay.
Thank you. None of this seemed familiar.
Okay. Well, I do know that things can change over time. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yes, sir, but like you talked about giving them people peace of mind, and it's a big part of it.
I know. Here?
Maybe, I mean, it's open. That's the biggest thing I remember is it being open. Look like that fence ends right there. So much new growth is.
Right, but like you said again, though, you didn't come this far off the road.
No, sir, it wasn't very far. It was. I just keep thinking I'm gonna see something that's.
I mean, we came out here, we've looked, we've tried.
So it's not far off this road. I just, like I say, I don't recognize any of it.
Okay. All right, then I guess we'll head back there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I couldn't be more help, man.
I know you're doing the best you can.
Yes. Pants up a little bit, they're about to fall off my ass.
I got you.
I'll grab it by the neck. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, sir. Yes, I can't stand sagging.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes. It's my,
you remember what side of the road it made?
everything looks
Different.
Yes, sir.
Well, man, they can change stuff.
There's nothing more. Yes, sir. There's nothing more than I want to help.
Oh, man, you're doing what you can do. That's all you can do.
You think you'd remember shit like this, so, I mean...
Well, I'm sure you spend a lot of time trying to block that kind of stuff out, you know?
Well, yes, sir. I did a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for answers in the bottom of a big liquor bottle.
Yeah.
Never found one. Didn't stop me looking. I say it was a little open area. It's more than 20 feet, you know, of open area.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I do not know. weeks of my military career was spent picking up cigarette butts. I will never throw one down again. No, sir. I'll pick them up when I see them, but I don't throw them on the ground. I got a little pit, bulldog, and I'll take and walk him, and it's cold. I'll put on a little sweatshirt, and I'll have 4 or 5 little short butts like that in my pocket from smoking and walking him.
Yeah. Is that dog that came to the door there?
Yes, sir. Yeah. He's friendly as he can be, but he's...
Makes a lot of racket.
Yes, sir. Yeah. That's why I asked y'all to step kind of to the side. He's a titty baby. I mean, he don't understand he's a 90-pound baby. But
it's all up in your life and stuff.
Yes, sir. When it comes to other male dogs, he'll go straight for them, but everybody else, they're like 3 little stray cats I picked up over the years, just as gentle with them. It's just, them dogs got a bad reputation.
I got a black dog. It ain't no like full blood, it's a mix, yeah, but it's got a lot of boxer pit in it, one of the two, and it's kind of like that too. It likes to dominate another male dog I have, but with people, even other animals, he's fine.
That's how the dog I have, his daddy was a full-blooded pit. His mama was a nut boxer. She's real small, but she had a boxer head, short snout.
Yeah.
You could, when he was younger, he's about 10 years old now, maybe 9, but you could see the pit build. Now he's just getting fat and lazy.
Yeah. He's getting his shoulders and stuff.
Yes, sir. He used to take and jump that chain link fence just like it.
No problem, huh?
Just sitting on his ass and jump over it. And he tried it about 6 months ago, fell right on his foot.
Not as easy no more, huh? Yeah. 6 foot 5 fence, so no problem.
Yeah.
From the ground, not even running.
It amazes you what them fuckers can do. You know, I've seen them climb, like you're talking about, them 6 foot fences.
Yeah, he used to hook his paw over the top of it and scurry up and back the legs.
Like a damn squirrel.
Yeah. Perch up top of it like a squirrel or a bird or something. Yeah, but he's a good dog. He gets a little, tear some shit up every once in a while. But
they all do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This thing kills me, especially where I live. It's every other day I see a stray animal running around. Somebody done dropped it off or neglected it and it's run off. And after 30 years, I probably found 20 of them homes.
Yeah.
You know, found a little chihuahua. Looked like she had been one of them brood mares, basically, where they just spat out puppies.
Yeah.
And I don't know how old she was, but I gave her to my dad. You couldn't have found a happier little fucking dog. And he has German Shepherds, and that little dog come in and took over.
Really?
Little mama bear. So she was, I don't know what happened with her, but it was about a year and she just died. You know,
well, at least you did what you could for her.
It broke my heart, man. I went out there to pick her up and she just pissed all over me. Just so terrified of people. And, you know, I can't do animals.
Yeah. It's, both of my dogs are strays, so.
Well, that's one thing I'll never understand is why people will go to them pet stores and pay $1,000 when you can get a dog for free at any damn pound. Just as good, love you just as much, probably more.
Yeah, appreciative.
Yeah.
You can tell too, especially one that's been on the street for a little while and you bring it in and feed it and give it home and give it somewhere to sleep at night. They ain't gonna leave you for nothing.
Nope. They have a lot better than people.
That's right.
The dog ain't ever gonna tell you to fuck off when you're in a bad mood.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Dog's gonna live up to you no matter what.
Spank them, rub their nose in their shit, never forget about it.
They get over it. Yep, they just want to please you.
Yeah. It's something about that, though, just that undying love. I think all people need that, at least part of it.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
it's easy to forget about that kind of stuff.
Well, I say it's small, but it's something, you know, something to hold on to in the craziness of the world right now.
Yeah. That's right, man. Gotta find something. Have something. So your folks live beside you?
No, it's my mom and my stepdad. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't live far from my folks either.
Yeah. My stepdad, he's been in poor health for so long. I didn't want him to come today, but they're good people, and you know they're gonna stand behind me. You know, and
that's good, man.
It just makes me feel worse. You know.
Well, what happened. All you can do is make it as right as you can now. That's what you do. That's, you know.
God help me, I am.
That's right. That's right. See a lot of deer sign out here too.
That's what I thought I saw something like a boar or something like that.
You grew up doing any deer hunting out here?
I ain't much of a hunter.
Yeah.
Ain't much. You hide in a tree and wait on an animal.
Yeah.
Go fucking chase it with a knife.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the meat. I like cattle. I ain't gonna sit here and say killing the animals to eat it is wrong.
Yeah.
But
it's not what you do for entertainment.
Yeah. I've seen guys that just bring 4 or 5 spikes and baby alligator, just whatever the fuck they can catch, and they don't even eat the meat.
Yeah.
You know,
just doing it for fun,
just to shoot something.
Yeah.
And
that ain't what it's intended for.
No.
All right, let's roll.
Yes, sir.
All right. Put him in that seat and I'll have to get the belt on. Yeah, I got it.
Yes, sir.
Got it? Yeah, I got it. That's good.
Yes, thank you.
Got it out there, ain't it?
Yes, sir, it is. I thought it was going to start raining.
Yeah, I think we all kind of thought that today. Each big old swing on that thing here. You sit down there?
Yes, sir, thank you.
No problem. You know, and I got to thinking about this too. You know, when you were talking about that, I mean, did you know after you had gone into the house, did you know whose house it was?
No, sir.
Or did you know, like, after you had done what you did, then you knew who she was?
After I could see her, I kind of knew. I mean,
you had to know her to get the call 411 to know to call her out.
Yes, sir. Like I said, I seen the pictures on the wall.
And at that point, you were like, okay, I know who this is.
Yeah.
Get some air flowing in here. How about that? Maddie, you good on air? Yeah, I'm good on air. But there's no other road besides this one. It's just a flowing orchard at that point. This is the only one with a road.
Yes, sir.
You know, and you're saying, I mean, if you put the body here, I don't think you're going to drive way over there.
Yes, sir.
It would have been pretty close.
Like I said, just everything looks different.
Let me ask you this. You said something about you remember maybe, and you could be mistaken, but you said you remember wrapping her in a quilt.
Yes, sir.
When you walked her outside, basically, and put her in and you said you were holding her like this.
Yes, sir.
But you had her wrapped in a quilt. I guess that was to kind of hide who it was or what you were doing, because it was getting daylight.
Yes, sir.
Did the quilt itself, did it come from the house?
No, sir.
You brought it with you?
No, sir. I went when I got stuff to the cribs and everything.
Right.
I got that.
Okay, so the quilt came from your house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where is this quilt now?
Somewhere in the trash or...
So it's been gotten rid of years ago?
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna tell you this. I know you're talking to me, and I know you're willing to talk to me at any point in time. I'm certain from this point on.
Yes, sir.
Like we're doing. There may be other people that aren't GBI agents that want to talk to you about what's going on. I'm asking you now not to talk to them about this case other than with us.
Yes, sir. No problem. I'll do you that.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing it because I'm trying to, we've got to protect not only the interests of this case, but you and your family as well.
Yes, sir. I understand.
No, I don't think so. No, he is. All right.
Question I had with the whole, you would have had to have known who it was. That's why when I say when you say that it was kind of random, going there was random. You just were basically taking a chance that there was nobody else there.
Yes, sir. That was the best hope, was nobody was home, and so the only reason I could even possibly be that stupid is I was fucked up.
Right.
It wasn't a rational thought, because if I'd been rational, I'd never went in.
Right. Do you still have the credit card that you used?
No, sir.
But as far as you know, you can't think of anything you took.
No, sir.
You went to get money. You clearly, you said you never got the money. You just kind of basically threw the whole purse and keys away?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think that maybe part of, in your mind was, and this, as you think about it a little more, do you think that maybe getting rid of the clothes, that it may have had some, you were thinking at the time it may have had some kind of evidence to link you to it, and maybe you had removed her clothes and then wrapped her in the blanket?
I don't think so. I just don't remember taking her clothes off. I don't.
Right. And we've already established, this isn't anything, sexual or relationship-wise or anything like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
time going about 80. I didn't see it coming. Lost the oil pan.
Yeah, probably knocked your noggin on the top of the roof of the car as you bounced up too, didn't you?
And my ass bone too.
I can imagine.
Anyway, I was 16, 17 being dumb.
We all are dumb at 16 and 17. 20, 21, 22, we're all that way.
I think we're all hardwired to be fucking retarded.
Especially boys.
Yes, especially.
Just like I said, there'll be a booking process that they go through, and we're going to give them as much information as we can. Make sure, tell them about any kind of medical stuff you have. Go through that stuff. But if anybody asks you specifics about the investigation, my advice is, don't talk to them about the investigation. You talk to us and us only.
Yes, sir.
It needs to be a one, me and you kind of conversation.
Yes.
Now, if another GBI agent comes to you, he or she is coming to you in my direction,
Yes,
and they'll
sir.
tell you that, and you can talk to them.
Yes, sir.
There will be a moment where you're going to have a first appearance, and at that point, any conversations we have to you, we're going to express, look, you understand that these are what your rights are.
Yes, sir.
Everything you do is going to be completely voluntary, just like it has been today.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I just want to keep those lines of communication open in case we come up with some more questions or something that we want to be able to ask you. You have no problems in coming and telling us.
Yes, sir. I have none at all. You've been courteous and respectful.
We had that conversation about why we're like that.
Yes, sir.
You do right, you do wrong, you still deserve respect as a person. I even talked to you folks. Like I said, your dad was in a little bit of disbelief. I'll be honest with you. I think they were in shock.
I had to lie to him for a long, long time. It's not something I'm proud of.
I know. I do.
You do?
I've always wanted to come down here and play, but I guess I got it closed now.
I don't know about that one. There's a place going towards Tifton off 82.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't bad.
Is that the one right there by the interstate?
No, sir. It's before that. It's
like Piney Woods or something? Pine Woods?
Yes, sir.
I've played that course before.
Yes, sir. It ain't bad. They play around.
There's another one on the other side over going towards Warwick called Ironwoods.
Yes, sir.
We used to go play that one a lot too.
My brother and my dad's game. I was a relief. I'd have one good shot around. It was usually with the pinching wedge.
So I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
Grip it and rip it that.
Yes, sir. Well, I had a baseball swing, and you can't baseball swing with pinching wedge.
No, I don't work too well, typically. But a bad day at golf is better than a good day at work anytime.
That's one of them sports I always respected, because there ain't nobody else. Just you and a little ball.
That's true. That is true. That game's 99% mental and 1% physical.
They say the Scottish have 18 holes because there's 18 shots of whiskey in a bag.
I can believe that. I can definitely believe that.
Some of them fucking courses on a 50, 60 mile an hour wind day.
Oh, I know. When you watch that playing over there, the British Open and stuff like that, yeah.
My dad's religious about it. He'll watch a golf tournament before he watch a football game.
we're going to go to the Irwin County, the sheriff's office side,
Yes, sir.
and we're going to go ahead and start the booking process, okay?
Yes, sir.
You probably won't see any of us today, but more than likely you'll see me tomorrow again. Because I've got to actually do the service. I've got to go get the warrant, and I've got to actually serve you with that, okay?
Yes, sir.
So that's the next stage with us. Is you're going to be processed, you're going to be charged, and they'll probably take you down to the big detention center.
Yes, sir.
And then from there, I've got to go get the warrants tomorrow for whatever. There's going to be more than one charge. I just don't know what all we're going to do just yet.
Yes, sir. I understand.
And then we're going to kind of just move on from there. But you'll see me tomorrow because I have to actually serve you with those, okay?
Yes, sir.
We've already done the arrest record. That's it. But you'll continue to see me over the next weeks. I mean, it's not going to be without a doubt. You'll see me.
Yes, sir.
I'll say this though, you do seem a little, I know it's all rough and it's been a rough day, but you do seem like it's kind of been a relief to get this out of you.
Ain't no telling what kind of toll that shit. You can't keep something like that locked up. If you can, you're a fucking monster.
Well, I know you said you're not going to hurt yourself, but I'm going to tell them to put you on suicide watch.
I understand.
My concern at this point is definitely for your safety.
Yes, sir.
I don't want you to do anything to hurt yourself or others, but I need to make sure that you're safe too, okay?
Yes, sir. You want to?
Yeah, we're gonna keep it going until I get you in here.
Yes, sir.
Where do you want me to take him for booking?
For this minute. Let me go ask him. Sir. Okay.
Book him in.
Agreement or anything, or what?
He needs to be booked in.
Okay, he's good.
I didn't do anything.
We don't house him here, you have.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you want me to take him to the detention center?
You got it. What is it?
Ryan Duke, who's being charged with murder.
No, we're handling it for you. You got the keys, give me the keys.
All right.
You just need to get your fingerprint and secure detention center.
I mean, if y'all, I'd be happy if y'all want to take him down there. I mean, our arrest records and everything, I just need to hand it to you for processing. The warrants will be in hand tomorrow.
Okay. We'll just go ahead and pick him on murder down there.
Okay. For now, and then we'll have additional charges until then. But
where's he from?
He's from here. I'll be able to get with you more on it tomorrow. But I mean, he's not giving us any problem at all. He's got some medical issues that need to be considered.
I think I met him, didn't I?
You probably met his brother Logan.
That was very good.
Yes, sir. And the time now is 4:32.
I'm actually gonna move it out of the way, though.
Right, y'all okay? Anybody ready for a break? Thank you.
The next day?
To serve the warrants on.
Okay. Now, for those who may not be familiar with what we exactly mean by that, when you say you're serving warrants on him, what does that mean?
It means I've actually went and obtained the warrants from whatever magistrate or judge, Superior Court, and then proceed to serve him with the actual warrant itself, the body of the warrant.
And are you required to do that when someone has been arrested?
I don't have to, but personally I don't have to. Other deputies, other officers, but yes, they have to be served with that warrant.
And in this situation, because you arrested the defendant without a warrant in place already, did you have a time frame in which you had to obtain his arrest warrants?
I did.
And I know you said that, or did I understand you to say that while you don't have to personally do it, that those warrants do have to be served on a defendant?
Yes.
And when we say served, we mean essentially they have to be advised of what those warrants are for?
Yes.
Did you serve the arrest warrants on the defendant the next day?
I believe I did, yes.
And so, let's see, this interview takes place on February 22nd of 2017. When did you obtain the arrest warrants for the defendant? Do you recall?
The next day, the 23rd.
And then, do you recall, or did I also hear you speaking to him about what you referred to as a first appearance hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain to the jury what you meant by a first appearance hearing?
The first time he would be in front of a judicial officer.
And did the defendant have a first appearance hearing?
He did.
Were you present at that first appearance hearing?
I was.
Was the defendant present at that first appearance hearing?
He was.
At the time of that hearing, had you already served the defendant with his warrants?
Yes.
When you served the defendant with his warrants, do you recall if that occurred at the detention center or here at the courthouse?
I don't recall.
When you were specifically here at the courthouse, the first appearance hearing, where did that take place?
Here at the courthouse.
And when you were here at the courthouse for the first appearance hearing, did you speak with the defendant?
I did.
And where were you when you spoke with him?
Side room over there.
When you spoke with him that day, did you ask him any questions about this case?
No.
Did you ask him any further questions about the murder of Terry Grinstead at all?
No.
Do you recall discussing his charges with him really at all?
Other than what they were when we got served with the warrants.
Okay. But specifically the interview or the conversation you had with him here, back in this room, did you discuss the charges with him at all that you can recall?
No.
And sorry, you have to speak a little bit for me. Could be my ears are gone from how loud that was on the backside. What did you talk with the defendant about?
Family, mostly. Again, like I said during the interview, which was heard, I generally had concerns for his welfare. I talked about his welfare. This wasn't the end of the world. Family was still there. He still had a lot of family that cared about him, continued to talk with his family, reach out to his family, things like that.
I don't want to go into what any of his family told you, but when you went out and when you left the room during that first interview to advise his family of his confession, essentially, did the family speak to you about any concerns?
Yes.
And during your interview and your time with Ryan Duke, did he ever indicate to you whether or not he had previously tried to commit suicide?
He did.
Now, do you recall exactly what time frame it was in which he had tried to commit suicide previously that he told you about?
I don't remember the exact specific. I know it was obviously after the incident with Miss Grinstead, over the years. I don't think there was a specific year or day, but it was the years subsequent to that. He was drinking, things like that.
Is it your belief that he actually tried to, based on what he told you, that he tried to kill himself once or more than once?
More than once.
Now, as a result of what the parents expressed to you, as well as what he told you, did you have any measures put in place at the Irwin County Detention Center?
I hadn't put on suicide watch.
And what is suicide watch?
Essentially, it's an additional check that I want the jail to do on him periodically to make sure that he's okay physically. They will also usually isolate them from other inmates. Sometimes they remove their clothing, give them like a gown or a suit or something where they cannot hurt themselves.
Do you know what the specific suicide watch protocols are at this jail, however?
I don't.
In this case, do you know if he was in fact placed on suicide watch?
I believe it was, yes.
The things that we've been discussing, your concerns and the concerns of his family, were those discussed with him here at the courthouse back in the room?
Yes.
Following his first appearance hearing, did you ever see Mr. Duke again?
Twice.
Tell us about the first time that you saw him, please.
Sure, I was at the Ocilla Police Department and called over. I think I had the chief call the detention center and asked him to bring, this is several weeks, 2 or 3 weeks after the first appearance and everything, and had him bring him over to the Ocilla Police Department. We sat down in like a little side room there at the Ocilla Police Department, and just general talk, nothing about the investigation. I was very specific. I don't want to talk about the investigation. I'm not here to talk about the investigation. I was worried about him. I had talked with his family.
Okay.
Since then.
And don't tell me anything that his family said, but do you have knowledge as to whether or not he was taking phone calls from his family members at that point?
I don't think he was, no.
Okay. And that conversation that took place at the police department in which he was brought over, about how long did that take? murder of Sarah Grinstead.
No.
During that time period, did you ever ask him any questions about the burning of Sarah Grinstead's body?
No.
And then you said you spoke with him one other time. When was that?
It was at the detention center here in town. This was probably a week or two later.
And how did it come to be that you were at a detention center speaking with him?
I was going by there to request see if he had jail phone calls, request those copies of those jail calls, any that he had made from the detention center. He was actually coming out of or was in a visitation with his father, I believe, and when he came out of the visitation, I was actually standing right there and asked if I could speak with him for a few minutes.
Okay. Did he speak with you?
He did.
And at that point, I guess let me ask this first. When you asked if you could speak with him at the detention center, would you have had a gun on at the detention center?
No.
Okay. Other than that, would you have been dressed similarly to what we've seen in the videos today?
Yes.
Okay. What did you and he talk about that day?
Pretty much the same things we've talked about before, his welfare. I told him, I said, I'm glad you're seeing your family, your father. Again, without going into details, I talked with members of his family, and I encouraged him to, reach out to his family, stay in touch with his family. He talked about books.
Don't tell us anything he said during that time period, okay? So, during those 3 conversations we've just discussed, did you ever video record them?
No.
Did you ever audio record them?
I did not.
Did you complete a summary or a report as it related to those 3?
I did later on, yes.
Later on?
Yes.
Initially, did you do that?
No.
Why?
I didn't feel like they were of any, pertinent issue of the case. I wasn't talking about the case. I was talking just generally like a welfare check. So initially, I didn't document it.
As part of GBI policy, are you to complete a summary or a report as to any investigative action?
Correct.
Did you consider any of those 3 conversations investigative actions?
No.
And again, did you use anything that you obtained from those 3 conversations in order to, did you use them as evidence against the defendant in any way?
No.
So I want to go back now and talk about some of the things that you and the defendant discussed that day and kind of clear up some things. Are you familiar with whether or not, and again, I don't want to go into what anyone else said, but are you familiar with whether or not Ryan Duke and Beau Duke had any conversations of any nature prior to your interview with Ryan Duke on February 22nd?
I am aware of this.
Okay. Did you specifically ask either of them to do that?
Yes.
What did you request of the person?
Can I say the name?
You can say who it was, yes. I just don't want you to tell me what anybody said other than yourself.
Sure. So, at the conclusion of the interview with Beau Dukes on February the 21st, which was that Tuesday, I asked him to reach out and communicate with Ryan Duke in order to try and corroborate what he had told us during his interview.
Okay. That's okay. Do you have knowledge that they did communicate?
Yes.
And in fact, do you have copies of that communication?
I do. I placed them in the case file.
Thank you. I don't think I asked you this earlier, but specifically, but I want to ask it now. Prior to your interview with Ryan Duke on February 22nd of 2017, did you ever threaten him or intimidate him in any way to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you ever promise him anything or any hope of leniency if he would speak with you?
No.
Did any other agent or law enforcement officer do that in your presence?
No.
At any point during your interview with Ryan Duke on February 22nd, 2017, did he indicate to you that he did not wish to speak with you?
Did he ever indicate he did not want to speak to me? No.
Did he ever indicate to you that he did not wish to speak with you without an attorney?
No.
February 21st, when you first spoke with Mr. Duke at his residence. I know we heard y'all talking about that some on the recording we just heard. That particular conversation, did you tell Mr. Duke why you wanted to interview him at the police department?
On that Tuesday?
On February 21st, when you went to his house, did you tell him why you wanted him to come the next day to the police department?
I told him I wanted to talk about an old case.
Okay. Did you tell him what case it was?
I did not.
Did you ever use Tara Grinstead's name?
I did not.
Did you ever use any words other than old case?
No.
Okay. And to be fair, did you or the Perry office have other old cases that were being investigated at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you or the Perry office have other old cases that were being investigated that were from this general area?
Yes.
Are you aware of any cases, specifically in Turner County, that were old cases that were still active investigations at that time?
I am.
When Ryan Duke came to speak with you on February 22nd, 2017, before you turned the recorder on, did you tell him what you wanted to speak with him about?
No.
Before you turned the recorder on, did you ever use the name Tara Grinstead?
I did not.
Before you turned the recorder on, did you tell any of his family it was about Tara Grinstead?
No.
And I know because when it first started, it was even harder to hear, but when you started that recorder, did you ever tell him that you wanted to speak with him about Tara Grinstead? Did you tell him that you wanted to speak with him about Tara Grinstead? It's not a leading question. Thank you.
Can you repeat, please?
Yes. Did you ever, after turning on the recorder, did you ever tell him that you wished to speak with him about Tara Grinstead?
No.
Who was the first person to use either the full name or part of the name of Tara Grinstead that day?
Mr. Duke?
And do you recall what Mr. Duke specifically said when he used her name?
He called her, I think he said Miss Grinstead.
Okay. And how did that name come up? What did he say in reference to Miss Grinstead?
I asked him, did he know? I said, well, the day before, I never mentioned to you what we wanted to talk about. Do you know what we want to talk about? And he acknowledged, I think it's about Miss Grinstead. My next statement was, do you know why I want to talk about Miss Grinstead? And he goes, because I was involved, ma'am.
Okay. Before he made that statement that he thought it was about Miss Grinstead, had you heard anyone use the name Tara Grinstead in his presence?
No.
So shifting further into the interview, when you spoke with the defendant about what vehicle he used to get to Tara's house that evening or early morning, what vehicle did he tell you he used?
He used Beau Duke's truck.
Okay. And at the time, was he able to give you a description of Beau Duke's truck?
White Ford F-150.
Okay. Throughout the course of this investigation, have you learned whether or not in 2017 that truck still existed?
It did not exist any longer. It had been destroyed.
Okay. However, were you able to get pictures, older pictures of the truck in a similar condition to what it would have been in 2005?
I believe so. It had been involved in an accident, and the insurance company that worked the accident, investigated the accident, handled the claim on the accident, took photographs of the truck at the time of the accident, and I was able to get those photographs from the insurance company.
Okay. And those pictures, were they made part of your case file?
They were.
Opposing counsel to Mark States Exhibits 202 and 203. I'm going to show you the Mark States Exhibits 202 and 203 and ask you to recognize those.
I do.
How do you recognize those?
Exhibit number 202 and 203 are copies of those photographs that I obtained of Mr. Duke's truck from the insurance company.
And are those true and accurate depictions of what the truck would have looked like around the time of the murder of Tara Grinstead?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I would tender an evidence States Exhibits 202 and 203.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Those are admitted without objection.
And may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
202, which has been previously admitted into evidence, is the left-hand side of Beau's truck.
Okay. And again, when you say Beau's truck, does this truck match the description of what Ryan Duke told you he drove to Tara Grinstead's residence on February 23rd?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 203, again, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is the same vehicle described in the previous photograph. It's just a different angle of the photo, looking from front to back.
Okay. And again, is this the vehicle that Ryan Duke told you he drove to Tara Grinstead's residence on February 23rd, 2005?
Yes, it does match the description.
Okay. Excuse me, yes. Does it match the description of what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm thinking about that. At any point, did the defendant tell you whether or not this incident occurred on Saturday night, February 22nd, or Sunday night or Sunday morning, February 23rd?
We were talking about the incident based on the timeline he provided. It would have been the early morning hours of Sunday, the 23rd.
Okay. What did he say he was doing prior to going to Miss Grinstead's home?
He was at his house.
And what was he doing at his house?
He had been there. I think he said he had passed out, and then when he got back up, he wanted to get high.
And how did he say that he went about getting Beau Duke's truck?
He said he went into his pocket and got his keys out of it.
Judge, we just listened to the full interview. We're going to repeat the entire interview. It's already been played.
What's your objection?
Already been asked and answered.
Repetitive?
It's repetitive, yes.
I guess they're arguing cumulative. That would be, I'm asking him what he remembers from that interview. Certainly, given that there were some audio issues, I'm only emphasizing portions of the interview that relate to exhibits we're about to discuss or have discussed.
You get the last thing. Anything further, Ms. Merchant?
No, Judge.
I overrule that objection.
Thank you. Forgot the question I was on. How did he indicate that he got Beau Duke's truck that evening or into the early morning of February 23rd?
His words were he stole the truck.
Wow.
He stole Beau's truck, got the keys out of Beau's pocket, his pants pocket, and then took his truck.
Did he indicate to you where Beau was or what Beau was doing when he took the keys out of his pocket?
I don't think he said specifically. I think I may have said he may have been, was he intoxicated, passed out, sleeping, something like that. And
Okay.
I don't think he specifically said that.
Now, at some point during the interview, did you and he ever discuss whether or not he actually took anything from Miss Grinstead's home other than her body?
No, he said he never took anything from the house except her person keys.
Okay. Now, when he told you he had taken her purse and keys, was that something that stood out to you as part of the investigation?
Yes.
And why was that?
Just because I think it was pretty common knowledge, I think at the beginning that, her purse and keys were actually missing from the house. Several people, family members had talked about that. So to identify things he specifically took from the house that correlated with what we had learned in the investigation, I thought would be important.
Now, did he indicate whether or not he had a very clear recollection of what happened after he hit Miss Grinstead?
Other than he ran. He said that he got scared and he ran.
At any point, did you speak with him about what he may have done with the keys and the purse?
Yes.
And understanding he said he didn't have a very clear recollection, what did he indicate to you that he may have done with those?
He confirmed that he threw the keys and the purse into a dumpster located behind a cleaner's building in Fitzgerald.
Now, are you familiar with that location?
I wasn't until this time frame that we're talking about now, the 2 or 3 days, the 21st and 22nd.
And were you able to confirm whether or not he did in fact have a family member that worked or managed that particular dry cleaners?
I believe so. We checked on that.
Okay. It's 202. Can I correct the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Shades, the Martin States
Exhibit number 204 is a picture that I took from behind that cleaners.
I'm
sorry, I thought I asked him how I recognized it. So don't tell us exactly what it is.
Describe the exhibit, yeah.
Okay, yes, I know it is.
Okay, did you actually take that picture?
I did.
And is that picture a true and accurate depiction of what that location looks like in 2017?
Yes.
Based on the description or the conversation you had with Brian Duke, did the location in 2017 appear at least somewhat consistent with what it would have been in 2005?
I can't say that for 100% certain. I could speculate and say it probably is generally the same, but in 2005 I never saw what it looked like.
Sorry, I didn't mean to speak over. Let me ask this a little differently. Specifically, in 2017, when you went to this location, were there still dumpsters back there as the defendant described?
Yes.
I sustain that objection.
Okay. In 2017, were there any items that were still there that the defendant described to you?
Yes.
And what were they?
The dumpsters.
And would this picture be a true and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would tender to evidence State's Exhibit
204. Any objection?
No.
I submit it without objection. Thank you.
May I publish that to the jury?
Yes.
And again, now that they're able to see it, can you describe for us what we're seeing here?
Obviously, you can see the front hood scoop of my vehicle. So we had pulled around to the back side of the dumpsters. I believe this was right after the interview with Mr. Duke ended, and we were on our way back to Fitzgerald to the scene, and I stopped at the cleaners and photographed the dumpsters, I believe. I can't remember if I did it that day or the day before.
Thank you. Whether or not you notice any manifestations generally of intoxication or impairment. I want to talk specifically about why you were out at the Orchard or the Pine Grove area. In addition to the video footage we saw, was the defendant walking around before and after that?
Yes.
At any point, did the defendant appear to be having difficulty managing, more difficulty than you managing the area?
No.
Now, I know I asked you earlier about whether or not he was in handcuffs at the police department. Was he ever placed in handcuffs?
He was.
And at what point was he placed in handcuffs?
When we were getting ready to leave the police department. Matter of fact, you can actually hear it on the video. You can hear the click when I'm putting the handcuffs on him. They were in the front
Yes, sir.
here, and then he was escorted out of the building with the handcuffs on.
Did he still have those handcuffs on while the entire time y'all were at the Orchard area?
He did.
In addition to having on handcuffs, was he doing any other activity which might have divided his attention from walking?
Smoking, walking, talking.
Okay. Did those things, the fact that he was in handcuffs and smoking a cigarette, seem to in any way impair his ability to navigate that area?
No.
Was that just a flat area with no obstructions?
No.
And at any point did you and he have to go up any hills or down any hills?
Yeah, there were small undulations in the topography of that general area.
Did you assist him in doing that?
I think I might have, it was like a barbed wire fence that I put my hand on, I think, at one point in time.
Okay.
But I don't think we may have stepped over. I can't remember if we did or didn't.
During the course of your interview with the defendant, did he ever correct you when you were asking him questions?
Sometimes he did, yes.
Can you give the jury an example that you can recall from your memory of a time that he corrected you when you were asking a question?
I'm sorry, I can't write on the spot, but
That's
I know that there were times, I do remember there were times in there, I can't remember a specific right off the rip.
That's okay. They've had a chance to listen to it. Why is a person's willingness to correct you as a law enforcement officer important?
If they're willing to correct you, then, they're actually expounding upon what I'm saying. They're giving more detail. They're eliciting more detail to the things that I would not or could not, may not know. So when they expound upon that or correct me, it shows that, to me, they're listening to what I'm saying. They're not just taking it at face value. They're saying, no, that part's not right. This is the way it really was. Again, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. They're correcting me and telling me this is exactly what really happened.
Opposing counsel, what has been marked as State's Exhibits 183, 184, 215, and 216. Exhibit 184 and ask if you recognize that item.
Ryan Alexander Duke on February the 22nd.
State's Exhibit 184 and ask if you recognize that item.
Ryan Alexander Duke on February the 22nd. I do.
And how do you recognize that?
This is a copy of the search warrant for the DNA for Ryan Alexander Duke.
Okay. And is that true and accurate copy of that search warrant?
It is. Yes.
And can you tell us if those fingerprints and I guess palm prints were later submitted to the GBI?
There were.
Okay. And can you tell me if these appear to be the fingerprints and palm prints that were submitted to the GBI crime lab in this case?
They appear to be set of fingerprints, yes.
Okay.
I understand there's no objection
You don't have any objection.
to 250.
Okay, fantastic then. Okay, so 215 is in as well. Perfect. Thank you. Now, while we're talking about the swabs, let me ask you this. You were in law enforcement in 2005, you said?
I was.
Had you ever heard of touch DNA in 2005 as a law enforcement officer?
No.
As a law enforcement officer or in any other capacity, when did you first become aware that the crime lab could get DNA from what we refer to as touch DNA?
Probably 2008, 2009.
Okay.
After I arrived at the GBI office here.
Now, I want to change directions a little bit now and discuss with you what happens after February 22nd. At the time that, when you and Ryan were out there, were people already digging?
Yes.
The location of where that original dig was happening, I don't want to discuss any specific details, but were any human bones found at that location?
No.
After that time, did you have a chance to speak with and interview Randy Hudson?
I did.
And I know we've talked earlier about that interview with Randy Hudson. As a result of that interview, did Randy Hudson direct you or other agents to a location that he believed was where Beau Dukes had been, or had a bonfire back in 2005 in the Pine Grove?
Yes.
Were you present when he did that?
Yes.
And were you present when what we're going to refer to as the second dig took place?
Yes.
Could you estimate for us how far Randy Hudson got from that second dig location?
I don't know what you mean.
Was that second dig location where Randy, the exact location of where Randy took you, or was it some distance away?
No, it was pretty close right there.
Okay. And when you say pretty close, was it like a mile away? Was it 10 feet away? Was it 20 feet away? Any idea?
Within the size of the jury box. There was if I can expound, there was actually a deer stand that was right in front of that location, which is something that stood out to him. That made that, I guess, stand out more to him as far as a refreshing of his memory.
Who was the him that you're referencing?
Mr. Hudson, Randy Hudson.
And are you familiar with that area that we've been discussing, the orchard and then also the Pine Grove, or what used to be a Pine Grove?
As far as the times that I've been out there, yes.
Okay. And did you, in fact, sometime in 2017, take aerial pictures of that Pine Grove area?
I did. Yes.
And how did he tell you he was separated or left the military?
This individual that we just watched, we all heard it already. They're just repeating, it's already been stated. You can't just continue to repeat things that have already been stated.
Judge, again, I'm asking him from his personal memory, and actually there's a purpose because we're going to talk about when that occurred in relation to the crime.
All right, now we'll go that objection.
How did he indicate to you that he was discharged or separated from the military?
He was discharged from the military after going AWOL.
After what?
Going AWOL?
Okay. And did he indicate to you any reasons that contributed to him going AWOL?
He did.
And what were those reasons?
He talked about an incident that had happened with a fellow soldier where they had gotten hurt or killed during training, and he mentioned something about not being able to kill.
Right. Did he ever talk to you about prior relationships?
He talked about a relationship he had with Lindsay Ross McMahon.
And did he indicate to you whether or not that relationship affected whether he went AWOL?
He talked about the relationship. I can't say for sure that he said for a fact that that was the sole reason. I think we said it might have been a contributing factor.
And when we talk about the relationship, was it the relationship itself or the relationship ending that would have been contributing to that?
The ending of the relationship.
And do you know, based on what he told you, when he actually went AWOL and was released from the military?
He didn't give the exact dates. I know he said that he had done about, sometime in the brig, like 30 days or something like that in the brig, and then was discharged. I know his discharge was at the end of August of 2005, which is, I think on his paper was the 30th or 31st of August. So just looking at that time and based on that, he would have been AWOL, July, maybe beginning of August time frame.
And that's August of what year?
2005.
And how long would that have been before the murder of Tara Grinstead?
The discharge was end of August. She was discovered missing October the 24th.
Okay. I've just handed you State's Exhibit 171. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And do you see the location of where the second dig that occurred out there is on this particular exhibit?
I do.
Can you mark that with an X, please?
General location?
General location, obviously. Okay. And then are you familiar with the location of where Ryan Duke told you he originally dumped Tara Grinstead's body?
From the interview?
From the interview, what he told you and what he pointed out to you when you were there.
Generally, yes.
Okay. Can you mark that with circle it for me, that general location? Okay. Would the location, let me display it for the jury. Based on having been out there and what the defendant described to you, would the location of this circle be visible from the road? Let me ask this more specifically. The main highway.
No, you couldn't see that from the main highway.
Okay. What about from the road that y'all are talking about that you traveled down to get to the dig site?
Could you see the circle where the circle was?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Would her body, however, have been visible from that road?
No.
And why is that?
The growth that I see here, it would have been impossible.
Okay. And also, again, speaking to Ryan Duke, is that also consistent with what he told you about where he dumped her originally?
Right. Well, the original dumping that he described is in the pecan orchard here. I thought you were talking about where we were looking at during the video.
Oh, no.
So the circle was the area where we were looking at the video. Okay, sorry.
So, no, it's okay. I'm sure I described that poorly. So if you can, then just put, let's say, a star where he originally dumped her body.
Generally right there.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I apologize. I described that poorly. Okay, so now let's look at State's Exhibit 171 again and explain to the jury what this star represents.
That's the original location that general area location where he said he dumped her body. When right after he had killed her, he took her body to the orchard, and that's the general area where he dumped her body the first time.
Would this body have been visible from the road that was taken to get back to the pine woods?
No.
Okay. And then again, what does the circle represent?
The circle is the area that when you look at the video where we were generally looking around in that video, that's that first area.
And then what does the X represent?
The X is the area where we went with Randy Hudson, where we actually located remains.
Okay. Now, obviously from a bird's eye view, this can look different. Can you tell the jury approximately how far this circle is from this X?
A couple hundred yards, maybe. 100 to 200 yards.
I'm sorry?
100 to 200 yards, maybe.
Okay. Thank you. As the lead agent in this case, were you familiar with whether or were prints recovered from the glove.
Yes.
Were you familiar with whether or not there were prints recovered from the inside of Tara Grinstead's residence?
Yes.
And were you familiar with whether or not there were prints recovered from the inside of her vehicle?
Yes.
As the lead agent, once the defendant confessed, did you ask that the defendant's prints be compared to those prints we've just been discussing?
Yes.
Were anyone else's prints compared to those things?
Beau Dukes.
And at any point, did you communicate with someone on behalf of Mr. Duke about whether or not anyone else should be tested?
Yes.
And were they given the opportunity to give you names about who else the prints should be compared to?
Yes.
Were you ever given those names?
I was not.
In this particular case, did you ever become aware of whether the glove was re-swabbed by the crime lab after 2005?
It was.
And did you ever become aware as to whether or not that swab with the new technology identified a minute third DNA?
Yes.
At the time that the defendant was arrested, had the crime lab been able to come up with what we call a profile for that third minute DNA?
No.
Following the defendant's arrest on this case, was there ever a time in which you and Ms. Merchant and other persons were present at the crime lab?
Yes.
And was there ever a request made?
Judge, this is all leading. This is just,
Was there ever a request made? It is a specific question, but it's not leading.
last question was leading, this question is leading, this whole line is leading.
I'll go hold that a
Was there ever a request made for additional testing to be done to identify the source of that third DNA?
No. Well, no, yes, there was.
Okay.
Yes, on that DNA, yes.
On that DNA, the
Yes,
third DNA?
yes, yes.
And who made that request?
Believe maybe Miss Merchant. I think she's the one that we were all at the crime lab when that happened. I think it was her request.
Okay. And understanding that you are not the DNA person, to your knowledge, was further testing ever done after Ms. Merchant's request
On
that third DNA profile?
I don't think there was any other DNA tests. No.
Okay, so you're not familiar with whether that was done or not?
No.
At any point during your time period that you were with Ryan Duke on February 22nd, 2005, did he ever indicate to you that he was scared of Beau Dukes?
No.
And the person we've been discussing who confessed to the murder of Tara Grinstead, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am. He
Could you identify him for the jurors, please?
is. Sure. He's sitting at the in blue suit, blue tie, with the blue lighter color stripes.
Thank you, Judge. Let the record reflect, please, he's identified the defendant. I don't have any further questions.
All right, let's take a recess, ladies and gentlemen, for about 10 minutes. You can adjourn to the jury room or line up to fresh air. Everybody remain in place while the jury repositions. We'll be in recess about 10 minutes.
Thank you for the hair.
Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Hart, I understand you have a witness available to present this afternoon if we finish this book, okay?
Yes, sorry, and actually that witness is one, his son's graduating from UGA tomorrow, so he's the one that we've shifted around to do today. I don't think we'll have any problems with getting him up today as far as timing.
Okay, who is that?
Todd Crosby.
Thank you. All right, you ready?
Okay.
All right, ask the judge to join us, please. Ms. Merchant, you're up.
Thank you, Judge.
Agent Chadell, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Ms. Hart asked you at the end of your examination if I asked you to do more tests with the GBI, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did I also ask you to investigate in 2019 some issues related to Beau Dukes?
Yes.
Okay.
It was at the end of 2018.
At the end of 2018, beginning of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you needed supervisor approval to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever get that?
No, because I left the Perry office in 2019 to go to the Eastman office and help them over there.
Okay. To your knowledge, has that ever been done?
Has what?
The follow-up that I requested.
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. I also asked when I was at the GBI for your office to test the comforter and the bed sheets, correct?
You did?
Okay. And I wanted to see if there was any DNA or semen or blood or anything like that on those sheets, correct?
You did ask it, yes.
And I asked if you could test it against Ryan, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you did find blood and semen on the bed sheets, but none of that matched Ryan, correct?
As far as I know.
And the state asked you about Ryan's purse. One of the last things that they were talking about, the state said specifically, I wrote it down, Ryan told you he took her purse to the dumpster. They asked you that, and they showed you their exhibit 204, which was a photo, this photo right here. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when Ms. Hart said that Ryan told you that he took the purse to the dumpster, that's not actually what Ryan said. You said you didn't take the purse and keys and put them in the dumpster out behind and he said, I may have, correct?
Correct, he did say I may have, yes.
So he never actually said he did that, correct?
He did. He did during his interview. He said, I asked him the question, did you put her purse and keys in the dumpster? And he acknowledged yes. And then as we're going back out there again, I asked him the same question, adding what you had just said, and then that's when I said that, yes.
When he said may have?
Yes.
You testified on direct that you told Ryan the day before you went out to interview him that this was an old case you wanted to talk to him about?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also had Beau contact Ryan to corroborate, is what you said?
Correct, that night.
Okay. And you don't know what they discussed, though. You only know what the Facebook messages that Beau supplied to you were.
Correct.
Okay. So they could have had phone calls, in-person meetings, texts, messenger, anything like that that you're not aware of.
Right. Well, Ryan said he didn't have a cell phone, so I just assumed he didn't use a cell phone to communicate via phone with anybody. He said he had a tablet.
He said he had a Kindle.
Yeah, something like that to communicate with. That was his source of communication. He didn't have a computer either.
And you're able to use a Kindle and Wi-Fi to have communication now?
Yes.
So you don't know what type of communication Beau and Ryan might have had that night?
Other than what I was provided, no.
Okay. You said you didn't expect him to start off saying that he did this. Normally you'd have to talk for a while.
Yes.
Okay. But he was ready to talk right from the get-go.
Appears like it, yes.
All right. It was almost like someone had talked to him before he came in there.
That'd be speculation.
But you do know that someone talked to him because you directed Beau to actually talk to him.
Correct.
And you were texting with Beau throughout this conversation?
We texted the night before. I can't remember if we just texted or we called, but we did communicate with each other the night before when he sent me those text messages.
Okay. And you were communicating with him on the day of this actual interview as well?
Yes, I don't think I was the one communicating with. Another agent was communicating with him and with his attorney that day because I was doing the interview with Ryan.
Okay, so while you were interviewing Ryan, Beau was feeding the GBI collectively information.
I don't know. I mean, I know he was talking to him. There was an interview, a recorded conversation. However, they were not communicating with me at that time. Like I said, I was interviewing with Ryan. Okay.
And you had organized a meeting prior, and this was a while ago. I believe it was June. You organized a meeting that included Beau, who was elected DA before Mr. Johnson, correct?
Not in June. They were on February the 19th.
Okay. So you coordinated that meeting though, right?
I did.
Okay. And you chose specifically not to be a part of the meeting where all the attorneys were present?
Correct.
You didn't want to come in here and have to say what was said during that meeting?
I did not want to display any sort of, I guess, bias during what could have been or may have been discussed during that to influence any decisions I made in the investigation.
Okay. You didn't want to hear what was said during that meeting?
No.
And the meeting was not recorded?
Not to my knowledge, it was not.
Okay. And at the time, Beau had an attorney that his family provided for him, though?
I'm not sure if his family was the one provided for him, but yes, he did have an attorney.
And when Ryan came in to talk with you, he did not have an attorney?
He did not.
After the meeting that you set up with the district attorney, you interviewed Beau?
I spoke to him briefly. It wasn't an interview. We did speak briefly. We didn't have, it was a Sunday when that meeting took place. Many of our agents and other folks were not available we didn't have the resources in place to do what we really needed to do. We thought based on that, so the collective agreement was to just get the basic facts that we needed to proceed with the follow-up interviews that we scheduled on the 21st with the subsequent interviews with Ryan on the 22nd.
So during that pre-meeting
Yes.
with all of the attorneys, you became aware that Mr. Bowden, the DA at the time, had a prior relationship with Mr. Duke's family, the Hudsons?
I did not know that.
You did not at the time?
I still didn't know that.
To that, when it comes to I think it's a complete misstatement of the evidence.
Judge, it doesn't call for
Well,
it.
it's what she actually did good basis for asking cross, I think, to do it. So I don't know that
As to the hearsay as well, Judge?
I didn't
This is
ask.
testified he wasn't in the, okay.
Before you went in the room that you were not present for, was there an indication that Beau knew Mr. Bowden?
I was not aware of that, no. Or any relationship.
Have you since become aware of that?
Not until you just told me.
Ryan said during his interview, a lot of times he said things like, I don't remember, I'm not sure, things like that. You remember him saying
Yes.
that? Okay. But the point of the interview, you were trying to get him to corroborate certain facts.
Some things make sense, things
Okay, is that,
in the interview.
and that's clarified, you continue to ask things that didn't make sense to you?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't believe that Ryan woke up in the middle of the night, drunk, decided that he wanted to drive to a whole other town to rob someone to get a fix, though?
And I'm going to object. What this officer believed or did not believe is not relevant and would not be proper to be in front of the jury.
Well,
I will rule that.
thank you.
Can you restate it? I'm sorry.
Yes, of course. So what Ryan was telling you was that he passed out from being drunk, woke up in the middle of the night, and boom, decided he's going to drive to an adjoining town to rob someone at random to get a fix. That didn't make sense, did it?
It's what he said happened. That's what for me to say anything else, I think would call for me to speculate as to the truthfulness of his statement. I mean, that's what he said he did, and I took him at his word for that.
And I'm definitely not asking you to speculate or comment on the truthfulness of his statement or what you believe. But what I'm asking you is if that makes sense to you. You're an investigator. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Does it make sense to you that a junkie who's looking for a fix would drive 20 minutes away to try and rob someone?
It would not surprise me 1 second for any person who's addicted to substances to drive any amount of distance.
Okay. And when someone who's addicted to substances is looking for a fix, they usually try to get that fix pretty quickly, though, correct?
They're looking for a fix, yes.
Okay. And Ryan told you he did not buy drugs that
He
night?
said that he didn't think he went and bought any drugs that night.
So every time that Ryan would not answer the question or corroborate, we'll use that word, corroborate the facts that you were presenting, you changed topics. Is there a reason that you did that?
When we're going through an interview, I'm not going to just keep on pounding the same moment over and over again. We can move on, and then as the interview goes on, you can see that we actually go back multiple times during the course of the interview and then revisit separate things just to see as he's thinking about them, is a new recollection, is it something new he's thinking of?
Okay. And one of the things that you all talked about was him breaking in. I'm going to put up on the screen what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 76. You didn't think that this lock was picked with a credit card, did you?
I was referring, if I was thinking of the lock being picked, I would be thinking of the one
That one?
where the keys are located.
Okay, so this lock is the one that you thought was picked by a credit card.
Correct.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, some of those photographs are ones I never took.
Right. This is one that was in the GBI case file. So as the case agent, we can assume that this was part of your file ultimately, though, right?
Correct.
Okay. So based on that, if Agent Rothwell, he was involved in the case as well, correct?
Yes, he was the supervisor of the office at the time the case was at its inception.
So if he told us that he had access to certain information, that would be something you have access to as well?
Most of the time, yes. Early on we didn't. A lot of that information was not shared amongst the agents in the office. It was very, very hush-hush in the office unless you were actually working on the case.
If he had information and testified that Tara was known for always locking her door, would that be some information that you would have?
Possibly.
Okay. And if she was known for always locking her door, would that change your opinion on whether or not this lock, well, you said this lock couldn't have been picked with a credit card though, right?
From what I see, it looks like one of those ones that slide across.
Or a hotel lock? Is that?
I can't tell you exactly what kind of lock it is, but...
May I approach, Judge?
Sure.
It's not a great picture, 2005, but does that appear to be a hotel lock is what I'd call it? Hinge lock, safety lock?
That's what I'm appearing it to be, is like a sliding lock.
Right. One that you lock from the inside?
Yes.
Okay. You have to lock it from the inside, you can't lock it from the outside?
Correct.
Okay. And so for that one to be open, it also either has to be opened from the inside or the door hinge has to actually be taken off?
Correct.
Okay.
And it would also assume that was the lock that was actually locking the door. That would call for me to speculate that that's the lock she actually used to lock the door versus just the bottom lock.
Well, if Dr. Rothwell told us that the evidence was that this is a lock that she always used, is that something that you would rely on?
If he told me that, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I object. I missed what she said. That is a total mischaracterization of his testimony.
It's incumbent on the jury to recall the testimony that's been given. So with that instruction, I'll sustain it for the last question.
And there's no evidence in your case file that there was ever any forced entry on this lock, though, correct?
Not that I was provided with, no.
As part of the investigation, you knew that GBI had also interviewed Ms. Grinstead's best friend. Her name's Maria Hewlett. Were you aware of that?
I've seen the name in the case file, yes.
Okay, and she was specifically asked to make an inventory of what might be missing from Ms. Grinstead's house.
I believe so.
Have you had a chance to review that?
No.
Have you ever reviewed that?
I don't think so. I would have relied upon the information other agents would have provided about the lack of items missing from a residence, minus the person keys.
Okay, so if they included in there that Ms. Hewlett had indicated that there was a brand new...
Objection, hearsay.
Judge, it's not hearsay. She's available for cross-examination. She's on the witness list, and we are calling her.
This is what was contained in the file?
Yes. Yes, Judge.
All right, now here comes.
Judge, whether or not it's contained in his file, it is still hearsay. And as far as she's available for cross-examination, this is not a confrontation clause issue. This is a hearsay issue. It's something that was made by someone who is not testifying, and he's not even one that heard it from her. And so we're talking about double hearsay, and there is no hearsay exception on point.
I understand your previous testimony, was you did not review anything like this in the file that you're being asked of now?
Not this information, no, sir.
I suspend that.
So you have not reviewed anything about any inventory of things that might have been missing from Ms. Grinstead's house?
No, I was told. Again, this is be word of mouth from other agents throughout the course of the time. S.A. Leitner probably would have been the one to talk to me about that, as she was the case agent that left before I got it.
Okay, so when Ms. Hart has asked you about a purse being missing, that's not something you personally observed, though, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's something that was told to you by someone else in the investigation?
Correct.
Just like what I'm asking you about?
Yes.
Okay. So in the case file, is there information about what was missing from the house outside of the purse?
Missing from the house outside of the purse? Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, you don't remember there being anything else missing?
I don't remember there being anything else missing besides her purse and keys.
Okay, and
or was told.
What you were told?
Or was told. I wasn't made aware or told.
All right, and you don't remember, just to be clear, you don't remember looking at a report from Maria Hewlett?
No. I mean, you can look through the case file, like in the GymNet, you can see that that person's been interviewed over the course of the time. I've heard that name. However, I never interviewed her. I never reviewed any interview summary that she did.
Okay, but you know that she was Tara's best friend?
I'm aware that she was Tara's friend, yes.
Okay, and she's the one that sort of inventoried the house for the GB, or for the local law enforcement at the time?
If that's what the file would indicate, then...
Okay. You charged my client with burglary, though, and you didn't look to see what was missing from the house?
He stole purse and keys.
Okay.
He entered the house without permission with the intent to commit a theft therein. That's burglary.
So you don't think that it's important to look at an inventory of what else might have been missing from the house before you charge someone with burglary?
I mean, again, he admitted that he took the purse and the keys from her house. That's burglary.
And that's
anything else would be just added to that.
So it's not important to you?
It would be important.
We'll go back to judge. You want to restate?
That's what yes. So is that something, when you're charging a theft type case, would it be important to you to review what was missing from the house?
Right, if it was strictly a burglary and that's all that I was working, obviously, if we were looking for property outside, like at pawn shops or other things, you know, having a full inventory of items that could potentially be missing from the house, so we could locate those items to charge that person with the burglary itself, yes, that would be important.
Okay, so things like jewelry, we've seen hundreds of photos of Ms. Grinstead's house, and there's a ton of jewelry around. Would that be something that was important if it was missing?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. So you said you're familiar with the work of Mr. Rothwell or Dr. Rothwell. If he told us that there was evidence that Ms. Grinstead's car was not home during the day on Sunday, would that be something that's important to your investigation?
That it was not home on Sunday?
Yes, that it was not there on Sunday.
I would think that, yeah, the moving of her car would be something significant.
Would it be significant if there were witnesses that specifically said that they saw her car there at home on Sunday? Neighbors?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, if you can rephrase.
So whether or not Tara's car was home on Sunday is important?
Yes.
Because you charged Ryan with the homicide Sunday morning.
Correct.
So if the car was gone on Sunday day, that would be relevant.
Correct. Whether he or somebody else moved it would have obviously been a relevant issue.
Okay. So the information from witnesses in the case file that said that Ms. Grinstead's car was gone all day Sunday, was that something that you found important?
I don't know until recently that I actually knew. Again, passing along information from agent to agent, I don't recall that the car was moved. I think there was maybe a couple witnesses that months and months later after the initial had made some statements about the car maybe being moved at that day, but there were others that said they saw it there that day, so it was a collaboration of both.
Okay. So you don't know if the car was there or not that day?
Correct. Other than supposition from other people who said that, you know, from interviews they had done, other agents that had told me that information, yes.
So, and we've heard that this case file is sort of transferred between a lot of different folks. The initial case agent, though, is Mr. Turner, is that right?
Correct, Dominic Turner.
Okay. And is he with the GBI any longer?
He is not.
Do you know what he's doing now?
The last I heard, he was selling cars.
Okay. And so he's the one that was the initial on scene. So things like Maria Hewlett documenting inventory, whether the car was there, all those initial interviews, that was his responsibility though, right?
It would have been one of his responsibilities there would have, more than likely, I know there was more agents involved than just him, just Dominic. There was other agents in the area assigned to work leads and interviews throughout the course of that time, yes ma'am.
But he was essentially you in 2005. What you were on this investigation, a case agent.
Correct.
Okay. So anything that happened in 2005, when this was fresh, any investigation, was his primary responsibility to document?
Yes.
Okay. So if there were items...
It would have been his primary responsibility to document it. He would have been like the holder of that information. So as information came in, he would reassign new leads for other agents to follow out, unless there might have been a supervisor on scene. I think Gary had come down at one, Dr. Roth would come down at one point, and he may have been directing those leads, handle this. But that it would have been like a wolf pack mentality, so they would have all come in and divvied out those leads and followed them out.
Okay, but he would sort of been like the manager.
Supposed to be.
Sort of, okay. So if information like Ms. Grinstead's car is not there on Sunday came about during those first few months, that was something that he would be responsible for documenting in the file.
He would have assigned another agent to handle that interview, yes.
Make sure that it was documented, though.
Correct.
Okay. And that's something you would have available when you were investigating the case.
Correct. If I was the case agent initially like that and those things were going on, that would have been information I would have been privy to versus being told later.
When you took the case over, did you go back and review some of the leads early on and some of the stories early on?
A couple of them I did.
Okay.
Not very many.
Okay. Speaking just about Tara's car, there was evidence that it had been driven by someone else. The seat was all the way back. And there was testimony in the file. I haven't even finished it, Judge.
Go ahead and finish your question.
Thank you. There was evidence that Tara's car had been driven by someone who was taller, though, correct?
It was rumored that there was, yes.
Okay. And her seat was found all the way back, and there was evidence that she did not drive that way.
I can't say for sure about that.
Okay. There was also evidence that she always locked her car, but it was found unlocked that day.
Again, the fact I'm not aware of.
So that's not something, you didn't review that in the file?
I don't think so, no.
So that wouldn't have been important to you whether her car was unlocked or locked?
No, because I wouldn't have known which way she kept it normally or how, or it wouldn't.
Okay.
It wouldn't have mattered.
So if that information then, how she kept it normally, was in the file, would that then make it important?
Potentially, yes.
So if you had in the file that she always kept her car locked and was meticulous about it, and then you also had information that on this particular occasion the car was found unlocked, would that be important?
It could be, yes.
Would it also be important that there was cash found in the car when it was unlocked outside of the house?
Yeah, I do believe there was cash in the car. And I think it was in the center console.
Okay. Would that be important when you're investigating a burglary or a robbery?
Potentially. I mean, it's...
And we heard a lot about the glove. You know who Heath Dykes is, though, right?
I do.
Okay. So he's a trained law enforcement officer, and he was dating Tara at the time.
Yes.
Okay. And so he was interviewed by law enforcement and told them that he went at midnight and specifically did not see the glove.
I don't know about what time, but I know he had gone by the residence, yes.
Okay. And you know that he had called her also, so there's phone records that he called her around midnight.
I know there was phone calls, yes.
Okay. And he called her and actually heard the answering machine pick up while he was outside.
I'm not aware of that fact.
If that fact is in the record, if the jury has heard that fact, would that indicate to you that it was around that time?
Sure.
Okay, so if the jury has heard that there were calls made when he was literally standing outside her house around midnight, would you have any reason to dispute that he was at her home around midnight?
No.
Okay, and that would be midnight Sunday night, early Monday morning, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you thought that your investigation and what Ryan told you was that everything that happened with him at Miss Grinstead's home happened early morning on Sunday. So either late Saturday night or early Sunday morning.
Correct.
Okay. So if we have evidence from a sworn law enforcement officer that that glove was not seen at midnight on Monday, is that important to you?
If we have sworn testimony that that glove was not there when he was at the house, would that be important?
Yes.
I mean, that's his recollection of what he saw. I'm not going to speculate whether it was important or not, but it's definitely something you would note.
The glove's important to you, though, right?
It is.
Okay. So if the glove is important to you, is it not important when that glove appeared?
Yes.
Okay. So if you think that what we've heard all day is that everything Ryan did, he did in the early morning hours of Sunday. Mm-hmm. Okay. If that glove did not appear until Monday morning, is that not important?
Well, you're saying it didn't appear. You're not saying it wasn't there. You're just saying that nobody noticed it there.
Well, I'll ask you about that. It's more than Mr. Dykes.
That would be up to him to say how he could have walked up to the house. Did he have a flashlight? What was the lighting like outside? Could he have walked up to this door? Could he have walked up to that door? Was he looking for that? All of those factors, I think, would take place as to his recollection of what he saw. I don't think that. Obviously the glove being there is important, but it's when it's discovered is discovered. I can't speculate as to when they may or may not have noticed it there. Just because he didn't notice it there doesn't mean it wasn't there.
If he told us he would have noticed it.
That's on him, yes.
Okay. So if showing him the photo of Miss Grinstead's home, where I think there was testimony maybe 5 feet in front of her front door, and he told us that he would have seen that. He walked around her house, he checked all her doors and checked all her locks to make sure that they were secure.
And I'm going to object to this. One, it's a compound question, but two, she's asking him to comment on someone else's testimony.
I'm asking him what's important as the lead case investigator in this case. If a fact is important to his investigation, that's his job.
She's asking him if someone testifying in court of something he didn't hear would have been important to an investigation that was already concluded.
It's in his case file, Judge.
Not
rule that objection.
Thank you, Judge. Let me start over. So if this jury heard testimony from Mr. Dykes that he went to Ms. Grinstead's house and thoroughly looked around the house because he was checking for foul play because he wanted to know what happened to her.
Okay.
And saw a photo of her home and the position of the glove and testified that he didn't see that glove there and it was not there Sunday at midnight. Would that be important to you?
Yeah.
If there was another witness named Jared Luke, who is the assistant principal at the local high school, if he also told you that he was at Tara's house on Sunday afternoon and knocked on her door and walked around the house to find a dog bowl and that glove was not there, would that have been important to you?
Yes.
So when you asked Ryan about the glove, though, he said he didn't actually use it. He said he never wore it.
He said both, actually. In one side, he said, I'm not sure I actually wore it. And then as he's talking about it, he's saying, well, when I had them on, so he indicates that at some point he actually had them on. And then I even questioned, well, there's things there, evidence that's there, you would have them on. So he confirms it.
Right, he never says it. He confirmed what you told him.
Both.
If Agent Rothwell told us that the comforter had blood that was consistent with other items in the house indicating menstrual blood, would that be something that was important to you? Is the comforter important to you?
The fact that there was blood on it would be important, to be something we would check and test. Okay. Anything that would be, any kind of evidence inside of the residence that would be there that shouldn't be there would be important.
Okay. So outside of this, though, was there any other blood found in the house?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No blood on the floor?
No.
No blood on any furniture?
No.
No blood on any rugs?
No.
No blood on any clothes?
No.
Okay. And all of these photos that are part of the case file, the GBI case file, you have access to all those photos, though, right?
Yes, I can go and access them.
And you're not aware of any photos showing that there's blood, outside of this comforter, any photos showing that there was blood found in Miss Grinstead's home? So are you telling us that you think that Ryan hit her once inside that home, inside that bedroom, and there was no blood in that house?
And you can hear me during my testimony, I asked him, I said, are you the Incredible Hulk? Striking somebody very hard. And then I went and asked him, is there a possibility that it was something else, like choking? And he said at first, I'm not sure, I don't know. And then I said, is it possible? And he said, yes, it's possible.
But he definitively always said no to that.
He
He actually always said no. And if you need to refresh your recollection, I've got the transcript. You're welcome to.
I mean, he did say, I said, is it possible? And he agreed. And then I said, okay, and then we moved on.
Right, when you said, is it possible? It's possible. I don't remember. Actually, let me find the exact quote. Well, I've got that somewhere else. We'll circle back to that for a second. I just want to move along. So the question that what I was trying to get at or trying to ask you was that you think that one hit in the bedroom killed Miss Grinstead without any blood?
Could have. You've got to be alive to bleed, so if you strike somebody and kills them, they're not going to bleed.
Ryan told you in his interview that he was stealing her purse from the kitchen. Do you remember that?
He said he was stealing a purse from the kitchen.
Okay. The state has been presenting that this happened in the bedroom. Is there anything to you to indicate that it happened in the bedroom?
That's actually not true at all. It's commenting on our, I guess, it's commenting on a theme or it's commenting on our theory, which has never been propounded. It's not part of the evidence in the case. It's a complete misstatement.
Would you like to hear?
I can rephrase the question if that's easier.
I'm not familiar with anything that you mentioned in the record, so please rephrase.
Thank you. Ryan never told you he hit her in the bedroom, though?
No.
He told you he ran out as soon as it happened?
He did.
Okay. But he stopped to lock the door?
He never said that.
Okay.
I asked him if he had to unlock the door when he came back, and he says, I don't think I had to.
Okay. He said he didn't actually remember taking her purse, though?
Not initially, no.
Okay. He didn't remember where he parked at the house?
Nope.
He didn't remember how far he walked, but you told him that he probably couldn't have walked very far?
Right, because he was carrying her body out of the house.
And he didn't remember the glove initially, though, right?
No.
He said he didn't think he wore them. That was his first response.
Yes.
Okay. He said he wrapped her in a blanket or a quilt.
Correct, that he brought from his house.
That he brought from his house. GBI trace evidence expert Mr. Peterson has told this jury that it is highly unlikely fibers found on the glove are similar to a quilt or clothing. Would that be relevant to you?
Yeah, I'm going to jump again. That is a total mischaracterization.
It's an exact quote.
That is actually not an exact quote. He said that quilt and clothing lead two different types of things.
That was my next question. Thank you, Judge. So if the fibers on the glove were not, and I can break it down and ask it three different ways. So Mr. Peterson said that the fibers for quilts and clothing are different. Okay? All right. So if the fibers found on the glove were neither quilts or clothing,
okay,
is that important to you?
Potentially.
Thank you.
I mean, you'd have to know at what point did he actually have the gloves on, carrying the body, putting the body inside of a quilt and then taking the gloves off to wrap it up, and you'd have to speculate as to exactly how his timeline of events as he's, to say better words, taking care of the crime scene, cleaning up the crime scene would be. You'd have to speculate as to the order of events that took place, I would think, to understand those fibers being there or not being there.
Okay. You mentioned cleaning up the crime scene. In the case file, are you aware that the crime scene detective specifically said there was no evidence of any cleanup?
Yes.
Okay. I got your training records, and I know that you went to a course on interviews and interrogations. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And that was by the Georgia Public Safety Training Center? Is that?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about that. I have your training materials, but for some reason you need them.
Sure.
In that training, they teach you about something called a pure version statement, where you're supposed to ask a person to provide a written statement prior to any interview. Are you familiar with that?
I'll be honest with you, when it comes to, it's been a very long time, I couldn't identify any one specific topic from that class. I can tell you that now.
Are you familiar, or do you remember something called the pure version statement? No. Okay. Do you remember being trained that it's important to have a person write down their statement before any influence is given to them, before any questions are asked?
I'm not aware of that.
And you didn't have Ryan write his statement out at the beginning. You talked to him for 20 so minutes before you had him write it out.
Right.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever, in my entire history as an agent or law enforcement officer, had somebody write out a statement prior to the interview.
Okay.
It was always an interview and then the writing of a statement.
Do you have to take refresher courses on that when you interview people?
No.
Okay, so if you forget something that's in your training materials, is that just something that you never have to be retrained on?
Again, I've never been to a refresher class. I couldn't remember every single nuance of every single training minute for, again, I've had close to 4,000 hours of extra training time throughout the course. It would be impossible to remember every single aspect of every single class you've ever taken. I mean, that would be like me asking you, what was the first lesson you learned in law school? You know, the first day, what was the first class? You know, those very specific things, and it would be very difficult to remember exact specifics. Usually when you go to a class, it's a general theme of, at least from my perspective, it's a general theme of, you know, you gather one or two major concepts maybe from that class that bolster what you already do. A lot of things you may already be doing in the line of work. So, yeah.
This is the class that taught you how to interview suspects.
It's one of them.
Okay. And this is the class that teaches people how to make sure that they're not improperly influencing an interview.
Could be, yes.
Okay. So if one of the things that they teach you is that in taking a written statement, it's important to do it before you've influenced the statement. Would that be something important to know as an agent?
No.
Okay. So, is there a lot of training that you're given that's not important for your job?
There's plenty of training that's important.
You're also, in part of this training is talking about why people lie. And one of the things that you're taught is people lie for their own personal safety. Do you recall that type of training?
I wouldn't need a training to know people lie to protect themselves.
Okay. And the other thing that you're trained on is that sometimes people lie for the safety of their loved ones.
They can, yes.
Okay. And so when you first started interviewing Ryan, well, let's back up. The day you went out to talk to him at his house, he was very concerned about his family. That was one of the things that you talked about, and that's why you reset the interview up for the next day, right?
Right.
Okay. So he indicated a great deal of concern for his family at that time.
That's what he said.
Okay. And you pushed the interview then, you reset it till the next day.
Right. I talked to his mother and said he'd like to come down. He'd like to have an interview. Would you mind bringing him down? We created distance with that. Would tomorrow be okay? And we set a time.
So, and his they lived in a trailer, correct?
I think it was.
Okay. If someone had told him that trailers burn easily or burn fast, would that be something that might affect him?
I guess it would call for me to speculate as to what he thought.
Okay. One of the other things that your training talks to you about is what's an acceptable admission of guilt. Do you remember that part of your training?
Not that wording, no.
Okay. Well, I'll read it to you then and see if that...
I'm not going to object to her reading the document until I've had a chance to see it. If it's the reading that was provided in this document, I would still like to see it before it's shown to the officer. I have the quotes. And again, I guess let me say, I'm going to object to her reading it, period. She wants to ask me a question, using that's fine, but I object to her reading a document to the jury that's not been tendered into evidence.
Judge, I'm reading a statement out of his training to see if he agrees with it.
Well, let's tender it.
His whole training?
Whatever they're going to read in front of this jury, we need to have in the record. Yes, ma'am?
I'm happy to tender his training document.
Yeah, this whole thing?
If you want me to.
Well, I don't know what page of this that you're looking at, that you're trying to read, so if you can tell me what page it is, then we can...
I don't know the page number. Let me see. It's under the section about a confession being more than just an I did it. It's and I can... That's all I'm doing.
I do it like you want to, but read it to the jury, it needs to be in the record.
I'm not... It's an expert. I was asking the expert to agree. I'm asking him if he agrees with something that he was trained on.
Just literally said, let me read it to you.
Let me read you the statement from the training to see if you agree with it.
Go ahead and do that.
Okay, thank you.
We'll make that document part of the record.
Thank you, Judge. Were you trained that a confession of I did it is not an acceptable form of admission of guilt? Just I did it.
Just I did it? I would think that I've heard that that you want to corroborate just I did it.
Great. And one of the ways you do that is with open-ended questions.
potentially, or the gathering of physical evidence.
Okay. And open-ended questions are something like, can you tell me what the house looked like?
Correct. You want them to elaborate on the question versus, same thing we do with children's interviews. You ask them open-ended questions so as not to lead them.
Great, thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the concept of guilty knowledge because there's been a lot of talk about that. Is guilty knowledge a method that involves you trying to find out if a person has knowledge of a crime?
Correct.
Okay. And does it not account for when a person committing the crime tells someone else about that knowledge?
You have to
So like if you have two people and one of them committed a crime and another one didn't, and the one that committed it tells the innocent party the guilty knowledge, how do you account for that?
You'd have to try to further corroborate it with other things, statements, testimony, evidence.
Okay, so if a friend told another friend the guilty knowledge,
okay,
you would then have to corroborate that more?
You try to,
okay.
if as best you can, or again, when you have somebody that says they did it.
Okay.
You know, I mean, that to me, that's corroboration. They're not saying that somebody else told me that I did it. They're saying I did it.
Right. What if they later say that someone else told me I did it?
Well, then that's a different story from what they told me.
Okay. How are you trained to deal with an innocent party who has guilty knowledge?
That would depend on, I cannot answer that one question with just one statement.
Okay. Well, I know you said that you'd need to corroborate it. So is it fair to say you'd need more corroboration if that was the situation?
If it was possible, as an investigator and working investigation, you want to corroborate as much as possible that you can,
okay.
Given with what you have. In layman's terms, it's not what you want, it's what you got.
Great. So if a person with guilty knowledge verbally spread that information to other parties, would that affect how important this guilty knowledge is?
Well, then it would no longer be considered guilty knowledge, I would say, because for me, guilty knowledge is what that person knows because they did it. They were participants in it. Once that knowledge gets spread out amongst the community, it's no longer guilty knowledge.
Okay.
Because everybody knows about it. That's why we keep it in-house, so as to keep it as guilty knowledge.
And you said the glove was on a TV special before your interview with Ryan. Okay. And the fact that the glove was had Miss Grinstead's DNA on it, that was also in a TV special.
I believe it was not the early onset specials. I think later on, and then as time went by, I think it eventually was released.
Okay, so it's possible Beau could have told Ryan about the guilty knowledge.
Objection, speculation.
I asked if it's possible.
Overrule that objection.
Is it possible that Beau could have told Ryan about the guilty knowledge?
It's possible.
You've testified in prior hearings that guilty things are things that you're trying to see if they're going to tell us without us actually telling them. Do you agree with that?
That would be one of the methods, yes.
Okay, so you don't want to tell the person you're interviewing, you don't want to tell them about the guilty knowledge before they say it?
Not the specifics of it, absolutely not.
Okay.
The idea would be for them to tell you.
Right, exactly. So if you tell them first and then they respond, that makes guilty knowledge lose its effect. Is that fair to say?
If you tell them the exact guilty knowledge and they then spew it back to you, yeah, it's no longer, you've told them. Kind of like, when you mentioned earlier about knowing something and I said, well, you just now told me.
Right, gotcha. Okay, well let's go over to that then. Let's talk about the guilty knowledge and first, essentially. In your interview, Ryan, I want to ask you some questions about this being at Mr. Grimstad's home, okay?
Okay.
So you asked the interview several times about this happening at her house. So that's what I want to ask you about, okay? The first time that you asked her, you were the first one to mention it was at her home. Do you recall that? Okay. That's not something that Ryan first volunteered. That's you volunteered first. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
What night he went to Miss Grinstead's home?
Correct.
And at that point, he had not said he went to her home.
Not at that point, no.
You then asked him again. You went to her house. He still hadn't told you he went to her house.
Not at that point yet, no.
Okay. And then about 20 seconds later, you asked a third time, how did you get into her house? He still hadn't told you he went to her house.
He said he used the credit card because I asked him he went in the very first 5 minutes of the interview. I asked him, how did you get in the house? And he says, I used a credit card. It was very easy. I used a credit card.
I'm glad you mentioned that. He actually did not say he used a credit card. You said he used a credit card. He never mentioned a credit card first.
He said, it's very easy. I used a card. I think he said a card, maybe a credit card. I asked him how he got in the house. That was one of the qualifier questions that I asked him at that first onset. How did he get into the house? And he said it was pretty easy. I picked the lock. And I think I said with a card. So yes, I introduced the card.
Would it help you to refresh your recollection if you read a transcript of proceedings? Okay. Judge, I'm going to show, and for opposing counsel, we gave this to the state yesterday. It's the transcript with the timestamps.
Just a moment, what portion of that thing?
I can give you the exact timestamps. This is at 3:02. His question is at 2:58, and Ryan's answer is at 3:02. May I approach?
Not yet.
Okay.
Get everybody on the same page.
Thank you.
Yes. I don't object to that, and Sean, it appears to be consistent.
Good, thank you.
Thanks.
It's just
Let me know if, when you're done.
You want me to read the whole page?
That page and the next page, the beginning of the next page, just to see if it refreshes your recollection on whether or not Ryan told you that he used a credit card.
Okay, you're correct.
Okay, so you asked him first at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and I'll leave that up there for now.
Sure.
At 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you first asked him about it. You asked again at 2 minutes and 58 seconds, and it wasn't until 7 minutes and 20 seconds in that you told Ryan, you said you used a credit card to break into the house.
7 minutes?
7:19, yes, sir.
He said, oh, can I read it?
Read it to yourself and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Okay. Okay.
So you first introduced the credit card.
Right. I said you used a credit card to break in the house. He said yes, sir.
Okay. So at that point, Ryan had never said he used a credit card.
Correct.
Did you ever ask him if he had a credit card at the time?
I did at some point ask him, does he still have the credit card? And he says no.
Did you ask him if he had a credit card at the time?
No.
Did you ever run a credit check to see if he actually had a credit card at the time?
No.
Did you ever run anything to see if his brother had a credit card or anyone that he would have access to had a credit card?
No.
I want to ask you some questions about the one-hit statement. About 7.5 minutes in, you told Ryan, you punched her, you hit her, and he responded, I don't know, that's one thing, I can't remember exactly what happened. Mm-hmm. You asked him again, could it be something other than a punch? But he continued to tell you no, that it wasn't anything other than a punch, correct?
Correct. Several times.
And you continued to ask him several times if it was possible it was something else, if it was possible, and he continued to say no.
Correct.
Okay. And that's when you said the comment you mentioned earlier about you're not the Incredible Hulk. Did you say that because hitting her one time didn't seem to make sense to you?
Correct.
You asked him about the location of the house about 9 minutes into your interview, and he didn't know which house you were talking about or whose house it was.
Correct. He said that.
Okay. He didn't know where he parked?
Correct.
You told him that he had to park close.
I said you would have parked. Yeah, I speculated.
Okay. He told you he didn't take anything from the house at first, and that's about 10.5 minutes in. Mm-hmm. And then you told him you didn't take her purse and keys, you didn't put them in a dumpster, and he said, I may have.
Correct.
So he didn't introduce that I took her purse and keys. You're the one that introduced that fact.
Correct. He just confirmed it.
Okay. Well, he said, I may have. He didn't know.
Well, again, if I didn't do it, I'm not going to say I may have or it's possible I didn't do it. No, that's not it.
Unless you're scared.
And that would call for speculation.
You kept asking, and he finally gave in and said, I might have just grabbed it.
Okay.
Then he said, I honestly don't remember. So it was clear he didn't really understand or remember that he took a purse and keys. A fact that you introduced to him initially.
Right, and then he confirmed.
He said, I honestly don't remember.
But during the course of the interview, he did confirm those things, those facts.
And we can go through every single time that this was brought up. You came back again, you asked him again, and asked him if he had thought a little bit more about it. You wanted to ask him again to see if he had thought a little bit more.
Correct.
And at that time, he said, I probably grabbed her purse when I ran.
That sounds familiar.
So after you asked him 6 or 7 times, he finally said, I probably grabbed her purse.
I asked him several times, yes, and then he said that, yes.
You asked Ryan when this happened. Do you remember that?
I did.
Okay. And you said you assumed it was late Saturday, early Sunday. You brought that up first.
Correct.
Okay.
And then he confirmed.
And then he confirmed it. You asked him if he ever made any phone calls.
Correct.
You brought the phone calls up first.
I brought the phone call up, not the specifics of the phone call.
Exactly. So you brought up that whether or not he made a phone call, and he said no, sir, initially. His first response was no, sir, at 12:41.
Correct.
You told him that that was wrong, and that he had made some calls.
No, I said I know there had been some calls made to her. I know some calls been made that morning. I'm not even sure if I said to her house. I said, you didn't make any phone calls? Again, I think I asked him again. And then I believe that's when he said that, yeah, I did make a phone call.
He adopted your statement.
And then, he confirmed what I said, and then he added the 411, and then he added the store. I never said the store, and I never said how the phone call was made. He volunteered that information all by himself, which again corroborated what I already knew to be fact.
And we'll get to that in a minute. So after he adopted your statement, though, that's when he said, I called hoping she was okay.
That's what he said.
But he got the time of the call wrong, though. He told you that it was pre-dawn when he made that call.
He said early morning hours.
And he said specifically it was pre-dawn, though.
Early morning hours.
And the call was actually at 9:30, which is several hours after dawn.
Correct.
So he got some of those facts wrong. So let's talk about the glove. You initially told Ryan at about 13 minutes in, tell me about the gloves. I know there were some gloves. At that point, Ryan had never mentioned the glove, correct?
Correct.
You told him there were gloves.
Correct.
He agreed they were his.
Yes.
He told you he never put them on.
Correct. He said he wasn't sure, and then I don't think I put them on.
You asked him what color they were. Do you remember that?
I do.
And he told you they were clear.
Or translucent.
Exactly. Clear or translucent. Not cream, opaque. Correct?
Okay.
He told you they were clear.
He did not say cream or opaque, no.
He said they were clear and translucent.
Correct.
I know that we talked a little bit about him, whether he was there to get drugs. You asked him if he stopped for drugs, and he said no.
Correct.
You asked him if he heard any animals while he was at Miss Grinstead's house.
I did.
He said no.
Yeah, he said, I don't believe I heard any, no.
But you know from the investigation that Dolly, her dog, barked all the time and was outside.
Correct, which is why I asked him about that animal to begin with.
And he said no. He also told you he had a job at the time, right?
Yes.
And that he worked very long shifts?
Yes.
And he had a place to live?
Yes.
But he didn't have a credit card? As far as you know?
As far as I know.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that question.
Did not have a credit card as far as he knew? In this interview, you primarily used what we would call leading questions, correct?
Confirmatory leading, yes.
Okay. Confirmatory are ones that sort of suggest the answer, is that right?
Right, I'm asking the question, and do they confirm it or do they tell me something different?
Okay. And you're aware that sometimes people confess to things they didn't do?
Sometimes they do, yes.
And that's for a variety of reasons?
I would say yes.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the actual interview and his health. Let's see. So when you started the interview with Ryan, you knew that he had health issues.
Yes, based on from other people, they said that he had some drug and alcohol.
Okay, and depression and mental health issues?
Not sure about the depression and mental health issues, but I knew about the alcohol stuff.
Okay. You knew he was disabled at the time?
No.
You knew he got disability? You talked about it in your interview.
I don't remember talking about it. I'm not saying I didn't, but I don't remember talking about disabilities.
Okay. And he told you early on in the interview, that he was tired. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's how he felt.
Less than 2 minutes in, he said, "I'm tired."
Mm-hmm.
And you said, "Let's take a break." 2 minutes in.
Where are you referring to?
First page.
Okay.
So you took a break less than 2 minutes into the interview?
No.
How long were you into the interview at that point?
2 minutes into the interview.
Okay. You offered to take a break 2 minutes in.
I offered him to get him some water.
Okay.
Want some water? You want to take a break for a second? Get some water? He said no.
Right. And that you said that in response to him saying, "I'm tired."
Correct.
Okay.
That's not my version of what I believe his tired to be is not, "I'm sleepy tired." My version is, "I'm tired of," if you look at what he had just talked about, he was tired of, I believe him to be tired of what was going on.
Right.
Not necessarily the interview itself.
Definitely. So let's talk about the recording then. When you first what time did you guys meet at the office that day?
What time did I get to the Ocilla Police Department?
What time was your interview with him set up?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, okay. And the timestamps on your interview, it shows, I think that they're probably off. Do you know how far off they are? Since the interview starts at 12:51, I believe.
Yeah, he got there early.
Okay. So when did he get there?
I would say probably around 12:45-ish.
Okay.
It wasn't very long. I mean, it really was not long. I wasn't staring at my watch and looking exactly the time. It was about 12:45. I was in the back, was told that he had arrived. Had a couple more, Agent Holland was with us. We were finishing some conversation, getting ready to start the interview.
Okay. So at the beginning of the interview, though, you didn't record it, right? The very beginning?
Right. We didn't start the recording until he stepped into the interview room.
Okay. So you talked to him a little bit about what was going on before you started the recording?
No.
You didn't talk at all before you started the recording?
We exchanged pleasantries. "Thank you for coming. We appreciate you coming. We're going to step back here to the interview room." There was no discussion, talk about this case in any way whatsoever until we sat down, and you heard me say so yesterday when I came out.
And I didn't indicate that there was any talk about the case. I certainly wasn't trying to indicate that. There was discussion, though. Not about the case, but there was discussion before the recording started.
There was exchanging of pleasantries. Again, "Thank you for coming. I appreciate you coming down." His parents were there. I said, "We probably won't be very long. Appreciate you bringing him down. Thank you for coming down." And then we walked back to the interview room.
Okay. So less than 2 minutes in, though, you offered to take a break. You hadn't been at it very long at that point. Why would you offer to take a break?
Because of his answer.
Because he was tired?
No, because of his answer of, he literally said, "I'm involved with it, man."
He says, "I'm tired. My whole family is good people. I don't want to do this to them." And you said, "Okay, let's take a break. You want something to drink?"
Right, that's after he had already made that whole first, "Tell me what happened."
Right. My question is, though, less than 2 minutes into the interview, you're already offering to take a break because he's tired.
I'm offering to give him some water, yeah. Break for water.
Okay.
I offered him water. He said no.
The video, you didn't turn the video on until about 22 minutes in?
Correct.
Okay. Is it normal that you would only do the audio and then decide later on to turn the video on?
If I even turn the video on at all.
Okay. So you knew that, obviously we talked about, you knew he was tired when you started this. You knew he had health problems. You knew that he suffered from some health problems. I know that you all discussed that, correct?
Some alcohol issues, yes.
Some kidney issues and things like that you talked about the day before?
I think we did, yeah. I think he mentioned that because he was also elaborating on his, with his mother and father and having some health issues, yeah.
They talked about how he was on dialysis and
I don't know about the dialysis part, but he just mentioned some health issues.
Okay.
What I recall.
And in your interview, he also told you that he had not slept the night before.
Right. He talked about, getting not as much hours of sleep, yeah.
Okay. When you booked him, and one of the last things we hear on that video we listened to this morning is you told the jail staff that he had some medical issues that need to be considered. So
Correct.
you thought that was important to tell them?
Yeah, the jail, absolutely. In my experience with having worked in the jail and being around the jail, a lot of times when people are booked in, they don't necessarily talk about their medical history stuff, so just food for thought for them to double check on.
Okay. So you knew, though, that there was some significant medical history that needed to be documented at that point?
Based on his statements, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Or considered.
So at the time that you went out to interview him, the case had been pending for, 12 years at that point?
11 years, 4 months-ish.
Okay. And so at the beginning of the interview, you asked him if he had taken, he told you that he had not taken medication he was prescribed. That he was prescribed, I think he said, a butt pile of pills for issues, but that he had not taken them that day. Do you recall that?
I remember him talking about when he used to take medications, lots of medications, he'd line them up, and we went back and forth about, you take one pill to get over one pill and take another pill to get over that pill. Initially, though, that's not what he said.
So at four and a half minutes in, 4:25, you said, do you take any medications or anything? And he said, I'm supposed to take a butt pile of them, but... And then you asked him, did you take any today in the last couple hours? And he said, yes, I took a pain pill this morning. So
this is what we're reading to Miranda.
This is, all right, yes.
This is what we're reading to Miranda, yes.
At the very beginning, within the first 5 minutes of the interview.
Right,
4.5 minutes.
5 6-minute mark.
First 6 minutes of the interview. So he tells you that he has not taken a butt pile of pills he's supposed to take, but that he did take a pain pill.
I asked him, I said, are you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs? He said, I took a pain pill this morning. And then I asked him about the pain pill.
Okay. You actually said, did you take any medications? And he said, I'm supposed to take a butt pile of pills, but he didn't.
Right. He said he took a pain pill.
Then you asked if he took anything in the last couple hours, and he said he took a pain pill.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about this. Two separate things. Did you ask him if not taking medication he was prescribed affected him in any way?
No.
Okay. Did you ask him what medication he was supposed to take that he had not taken?
No.
Did you ask him what the medication was for that he had not taken?
No.
When he said that he took a pain pill, did you ask him what pain pill he took?
No.
Did you ask him when he took it?
No.
Did you ask him any information that might be helpful to determine the effect that pain pill might have on him?
I did asked him if it, hampered his ability to make decisions, and he said his mind was clear, his free mind was clear, something to that effect.
Okay. And I know you testified on direct that you had an opportunity to work in the field, and I'm assuming you've done DUIs and things like that, and drug and alcohol type investigations. Have you ever had a suspect that told you they were not under the influence of something, but they were?
Yes.
Since this investigation had been pending for almost 12 years, was there any reason that you couldn't reschedule this to a time that he had not taken a pain pill and he had taken his prescribed medication?
I didn't feel there was a need for it, no.
But there was no reason not to reschedule it at this point. It had been almost 12 years.
He was there, we were talking. I felt like that was the time to talk.
Okay. But the day before you went out and scheduled it for the next day, so is there any reason you couldn't schedule it for the next day after that?
There's no reason I couldn't. I wanted to do the interview, and he was there, we did the interview. I felt like it was a prudent time to do the interview.
Okay. So no reason that you couldn't reschedule it for a time when he actually had taken what he was prescribed?
No.
And no reason you couldn't reschedule it for a time that he hadn't taken a pain pill?
No.
He mentioned when you talked about searching his house that he had a roach in this house. Is that a term for marijuana?
It is.
Okay. So he had burnt roaches in his ashtray. Did you ask him about if he was under the influence of marijuana at the time?
I asked him if he was under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Marijuana being a drug.
You actually never asked him if he was under the influence of alcohol or drugs. You asked, did you take any medications or anything? Do you take any medications or anything?
I asked him, are you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs? That's my recollection of it. As I'm reading the Miranda, it's not even written on the Miranda Forum. I specifically asked him, are you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
So during a different section of the interview?
At the very beginning of the interview, at 12:57, 12:58 p.m. As I'm reading the Miranda, that's one of the questions I'm asking as I'm going through his name, his address information, years of high school, he had the college year, can you read, write, and understand English language? Are you under the influence of alcohol or drugs? He said, I took a pain pill. Okay, is that a pain pill you took every day? Yes. Does it affect your ability to make any decisions? You understand what's going on? Yes, I'm not a sound-minded body, but he acknowledged that he understood what was going on and what he was there to be talking about.
So, actually at 4 minutes and 25 seconds in, you actually said, did you take any medications or anything?
Did you have Jen ask and answer your question?
He answered it different than what the video said, and I don't want to show the video, but thank you. So at 4:25, you asked, did you take any medications or anything? And this is not during Miranda, correct?
The only time I ever asked him about taking medications was, that I remember during the interview, was I read a Miranda. At the inception of Miranda, I asked him, are you under the influence of any alcohol or drug?
So you don't remember asking him, do you take any medications or anything? You don't remember that?
I'm not saying that I never have. I don't remember saying that in that particular order. I remember saying, are you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
Do you remember him saying, I'm supposed to take a butt pile of them?
At some point during the interview, absolutely.
Okay. And then do you remember saying, did you take any today or in the last couple hours?
Right, he said I took the pain pill.
Okay. And that was not when you read Miranda. This is an entirely different time. This was about 4 minutes in. Is that correct?
That's when I was reading Miranda. I started the interview at 12:52. I started Miranda at 12:57.
Timestamps of the 12:52. I'm trying to equate them to where we are in our timestamps because we have different ones.
Clearly.
Yes. So mine is my timestamps start at the very beginning. Okay.
Please take a look at what you gave him and
It's the same.
see if y'all can.
It's the exact same.
I don't know that y'all are looking at the same pages, so if you'll please refer him
Sure,
to
of
the
course.
page. Thank you.
And just, I'm not objecting to him looking at it. I would ask that be used to refresh his recollection only and not testify from it, which is, I think, what's about to happen.
Don't read from it.
Yes, sir.
Read it to yourself, and if you can answer the question posed, please do so.
Why don't you read the first 3 pages up until 4 minutes and 38 seconds? If you could go ahead and read that.
Okay.
To yourself.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good stretch time, John.
Thank you. So this is before you read him Miranda, correct?
No, this is while I'm reading Miranda. There's no statements about any kind of medications other than drinking, and that I was a drug addict prior to Miranda.
So your Miranda starts around 4:44 though, when you say, I'm going to read this to you, okay, at 4:40. That's when you say, I'm going to read this to you, Miranda.
No, it starts at 3:16 on yours.
On 3:16.
Right.
Yeah, Perch?
Yes.
So this is his first statement here up to this point, and then this is when I say, okay, that's when I say I'm going to pause for a second.
Right.
What you're telling me is important. I want to hear what you have to say. I'm going to read you your rights. I
don't
read
say
mine.
that. You don't say that.
Judge, I'm going to object. Just arguing.
At
That's
3:16.
staying under judge.
At 3:16, do you say, I'm going to read you your rights? At 3:16, and I'm going to read you Miranda.
Excuse me, 3:32. Excuse me.
3:32.
Right.
I want to make you aware of your rights.
Correct.
At this
Yes.
point, we are reading from a document that the jury is not allowed to see.
They have a video, and we can play it, but it's
Then play it or give
so
them a
loud.
transcript.
I mean, those are the rules. You want to admit that?
I don't want to admit it because I think that's improper. But I want to question him about it, and so I believe I have the right to question him about the statements that he made.
I agree, but don't read from the document.
Thank you.
It's not admitted.
Okay, thank you. So let's just back up on this for a second. So you're getting a document out. We can't see because there's no video. So we can't see that you're getting a document out about Miranda. But you don't say anything about Miranda at this point.
I'm making him aware of his rights.
Making him aware of his rights. But you don't say anything about Miranda at this point.
I've got the document in front of me. I'm starting to fill the document out.
We can't see that on the video though, correct?
Okay.
Is that accurate? There's no video.
Correct. There's no
Okay.
video.
Okay, so you're asking him questions about if he takes any medication, and he tells you he's supposed to.
He tells me that he took a pain pill. I asked him, are you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs? And he said, yes, are you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs? And he says, I took a pain pill earlier this morning.
And he did not take the medication he was supposed to take.
I don't recall that ever being said.
Then you ask him how old he is.
Correct?
You say, you're 33 now, 32?
32, 33, something like that. Okay, I'm filling out the Miranda Forum as those questions are being asked.
But you ask him, are you 33 now, 32? You weren't sure if he was 33 or 32, right?
32 or 30, yeah.
Okay. And he said 33, I think. Is that correct? So he didn't even remember his age.
It's not unusual.
Do you know someone named Tammy Jergovich, Jergovich, the deputy director of the Department of Forensic Division at GDI?
I know the name. I don't know her personally.
Okay. You reached out to her asking her specifically, you believed that Ryan killed Grinstead in the bed, but you needed further testing to put him in the bedroom because he didn't tell you that. Do you recall that?
I don't. Miss.
Let's provide answers. It's being used to attempt to refresh his recollection. That's all it's being used for.
All right, great, sure, thank you.
Just take a look at that entire document and see, and let me know when you're done.
Sure. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Take your time.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It doesn't really, honestly. I mean, she's sending an email to somebody else saying something that I'm not saying I never had a conversation with her. I'm saying I don't remember that conversation. But she does put in there specifically something that I would have possibly said. I'm not saying I never said that. I'm not. I'm saying that I just don't recall sending an email or talking to her about it specifically.
Okay. Can you read the bottom and see if that refreshes your recollection on the part with your email address attached?
So may have been in the phone call.
Okay. So do you recall emailing with Miss Jurgovich, I believe is her name, and asking her to call you?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, do you remember reaching out to her because you believed Ryan killed Miss Grinstead in her bed, but Ryan did not tell you that he killed her in her bed, and you needed further testing to put him in the bedroom?
Correct.
But you never got any further testing to put him in the bedroom, correct?
I don't think there was ever anything that put him in the bedroom, no.
You never interviewed any witnesses about where Miss Grinstead's car was on Sunday? You personally?
I don't think so, no.
And you can't identify any witnesses by name who saw her car at the house on Sunday?
Correct.
But you know that there are witnesses who said that her car was not there on Sunday?
I'm familiar with, yes, there's, I think, 2.
And none of the prints that were found in Tara's home match Ryan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And none of the prints from her door match Ryan?
Correct.
None of the prints from her car match Ryan?
Correct.
No DNA matches Ryan from inside the house?
Correct.
You actually never got any evidence at all to put Ryan inside of the house?
None other than his own statement.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions. They're all outside of his statement. Okay? So not taking into account his statement, you never got any evidence that put him inside that house?
No.
You never got any evidence to even prove that a crime occurred inside that house?
Correct.
Sorry, let me pray for just a moment.
Sure.
Start over.
Sure.
You don't have any physical evidence, any forensic evidence that puts Ryan inside that house?
No.
You don't have any physical evidence that puts Miss Grinstead being killed inside that house?
No. Other than the glove, you'd have to speculate whether she was killed outside the house or inside the house based on the location of the glove.
Okay. So you don't have any evidence that that glove was there on the day that you're alleging Miss Grinstead was killed?
Other than it was located and found and documented by law enforcement on that Monday, no.
The next day?
Right, yeah, I know that's the day it was located and found, yes.
Okay. So you don't have any evidence that that glove was there the day that you're saying Miss Grinstead was killed?
Other than Mr. Dukes' statement that he brought the gloves to the house and they left them there. I think that's actually evidence that it was there, because he said that he left it there. He said that he had gloves. I know that there is DNA from him and from her on that glove. I can infer that that glove was there at the time he said he was there. And I can tell you, that it was collected on that Monday. Based on his statement, the fact that the glove was there and was located, even if it was on Monday, you could still infer that the glove was there when he left the house Sunday morning.
Is there any evidence on that glove that indicates Miss Grinstead was killed?
No.
Is there any evidence on that glove to indicate that a crime occurred at all.
Well, she's missing, and there's,
And that's,
I think that's evidence enough
is there
that there's a
any
crime.
evidence on that glove, or in that glove, or surrounding that glove to indicate that she was murdered?
Not murdered, no.
Do you have any forensic evidence at all that she was harmed inside that house?
I do not.
And you're in charge of the GBI file. So if I'm asking you if you have it, I'm asking you if the GBI has it. Is that fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay. So there's not one single piece of forensic evidence or physical evidence to prove that she was harmed in that house.
Other than the glove. And Ryan's testimony.
Again, my question was
It's
physical evidence.
Physical evidence. The glove is physical evidence.
And you just testified that the glove is not evidence that she was harmed.
I can't say that the glove itself proves murder. I can just say that the glove is a piece of physical evidence attached to the case based on all of the evidence that we have is a piece of physical evidence that connects that glove to her homicide.
So in addition to not having evidence that actually proves that she was harmed inside that house, you don't have any evidence, physical, forensic evidence, that she died in Irwin County?
Other than Ryan's testimony, no.
You don't have any physical evidence that she died from a single hit with a hand?
That's impossible. When I say it's impossible to say that because there's no body.
Again, you don't have any physical evidence to prove that she died from one single hit with a hand?
No, I can't say that.
And you never got any evidence that she did not leave her home voluntarily the night she went missing?
Rephrase, I'm sorry.
You don't have any physical evidence, forensic or physical, that she did not leave her home on her own free will voluntarily the night she went missing?
No, I do not.
And you have no physical evidence that Ryan took anything from her home?
No. Other than her body.
You have no physical evidence that Ryan took a body from her home?
The glove.
You have no physical evidence, physical forensic, to corroborate what Ryan told you?
The glove.
You have no physical evidence to corroborate that he burglarized her home and assaulted her while he was in there?
Other than his statement, no.
At the beginning, we talked a little bit about this glove and the profile. So based on my request to have it further tested, you were able to develop a third male profile on this glove?
I'm not sure if it was a male profile, I just know it was another DNA profile.
So there's 3 sets of DNA on that glove?
Correct.
The state asked you if you charged Beau in Ben Hill with concealing the death. Did you also charge him in Wilcox County with lying?
Correct. And concealing death.
I'm sorry?
He was indicted for that and concealing death in Wilcox.
Just one moment, Judge. Thank you.
You spoke with Beau before you spoke with Ryan, right?
Yes.
And the forensic testing of that glove could not exclude Beau Dukes as that third contributor, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, any follow-up?
Yes, I'm going to try to. This picture, this is State's Exhibit 76. Prior to today, do you ever recall actually seeing this picture in the case file?
No.
Looking at this picture, can we even tell if there was another piece to this lock that was usable?
You don't see it on the door.
Okay. Ever seen a door where they had one piece of the lock and the other piece missing?
Yes.
Ever been in a public bathroom where one piece of the lock was there and one piece missing?
Yeah.
And have you ever heard any, yourself or we're so far afield, but any evidence in the case file that anybody ever has ever said that Tara Grinstead used a lock such as that?
Not that I'm familiar with.
Now, Just to be clear, from the time you took over this case in 2009 until 2017, when the defendant was confessed to her murder, was this a murder case or a missing persons case?
Missing persons case?
Until the defendant actually confessed to her murder, did we have actual knowledge she had been murdered?
No.
Defense counsel asked you about whether or not, I think she's indicating that at some point she communicated with you directly to ask that there be testing of the sheets or the bedding or the comforter to see if there was brine, semen, or blood. Is that what I understood the question to be, or is that what you understood it to be?
Correct.
Okay. Do we know whose semen was in fact on her bed sheets?
Yes.
And do we know whose blood was in fact on her bed sheets?
Yes.
Was it Tara Grinstead's blood?
Yes.
Now, sitting here today, I don't know if you know the answer to this, and we're going to hear from the crime lab people tomorrow, but do you know if there was a used sanitary product in her bathroom?
I believe there was.
Do you know whether or not that was hers or some other female's?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge, either personally or from this case file, as to whether or not in the week leading up to her disappearance, Tara Grinstead was in fact menstruating?
Other than other agents speculating that, I don't have true factual statement on that.
Okay. So when defense counsel asked you if you have any evidence of a crime occurring in her home, sitting here today, are we able to tell whether that blood came from her being struck and bleeding or whether it came from her menstruating?
I don't know that you could tell the difference.
Could it be either of those?
It could.
No.
It's just her blood.
I'm sorry?
It's just her blood.
And to, I guess, go further, when you interviewed Ryan Duke, do you recall him saying there was no blood when he struck her?
Correct.
Defense counsel asked you a question during her cross-examination about you didn't think it was possible that someone would drive 20 minutes when they're high and drunk because they wanted drugs. Have you ever driven from Ocilla to Ben Hill County?
Yes.
And do you know where Ryan Duke and Beau Dukes were living in 2005 when Tara Grinstead was murdered?
I do.
Have you ever been to that location or near that location?
Yes.
Is it 20 minutes away?
Not really.
And in fact, is it less than 10 minutes to get to Fitzgerald from here?
About that.
And I guess I should have asked that. What county were they living in back in 2005?
Ben Hill County.
And in fact, were they living on this side of Ben Hill County?
Yes. Near the hospital.
Near the hospital. Thank you. Defense counsel asked you about whether or not you had information that Miss Grinstead's seat was found pushed back for as if someone taller had driven it. Is that right?
She did.
Are you all?
All leading. All right, it's just leading.
Let's wait till we get to the question part. I think she's entitled to recall his recollections to a certain point of the testimony, so let's wait till we get to the question. Thank you.
He just answered that last question though, and then she was getting into her one that he just answered yes to, and a question is leading if it suggests its own answer. That's what she's doing. Quickly.
Question before, sustained.
Thank you.
I don't know which question we're talking about that was sustained, so can we be clear so I can re-ask it properly?
Can you please read that back from the transcript, Madam Court Reporter?
Defense counsel asked you about whether or not you had information that Ms. Grinstead's seat was found pushed back for as if someone taller had driven it. Is that right? Answer, she did.
And just, I don't want to keep objecting to leading. I don't want to interrupt her. So I would just ask that the leading stop. This is not, she does not have a response.
That objection to that last question.
Is that right? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Just suggesting the answer.
Okay.
Is that right?
I apologize.
That's all right.
Do you recall?
Listen, it is getting late in the day, but let's be careful with our questions. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's don't relax about that.
Do you recall whether defense counsel asked you a question about whether or not there was evidence or speculation that Tara's seat in her car was moved back?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Do you recall, Judge? A specific question is not
I will
leading.
rule that okay.
Thank you. From this case file, Do you recall if there were ever incidences in which other people disagreed with that?
Yes.
Do you recall that there were...
Just because it's do you recall is still leading, it's suggesting the answer. That's not a magic fix.
No, it is a... Sorry, Coach.
The last question was leading.
I overrule your objection to that last question. Go ahead.
Do you recall whether or not there was information that there were people going into her car before law enforcement got there?
Objection leading, whether or not. That's it.
Overrule that objection.
Do you recall if there was information or evidence that there were people going into her car before law enforcement arrived on October 24th of 2005?
Yes.
Defense counsel asked you about a few interview techniques, and I'm going to be very brief with this, but do you know if there is anything in your manuals or in your training about how you should behave when you're interviewing someone?
They would talk about that, yeah.
Okay. And what is the recommendation about the demeanor that you should express when you're interviewing someone? Do you recall that?
I mean, you're going to be cordial, try to be as, I guess that's the best way, to be cordial, to be, to develop rapport with the persons whom you're interviewing. Obviously, you're not trying to anger them or get them to not want to talk to you. You're trying to open the doors to communication to get people to talk to you.
Okay, thank you. Defense counsel asked you, or do you recall defense counsel asking you about whether or not you had leading questions?
Correct.
And what did you describe those leading questions as?
Confirmatory style questions.
Was there ever a time during the interview in which you were using confirmatory questions and Ryan Duke corrected you?
Yes.
Defense counsel, do you recall defense counsel asking you about whether Ryan indicated to you that he was sleepy during this interview?
Objection leading.
Overrule that objection.
Can you repeat? I'm sorry.
Do you recall if the defense counsel asking you questions about whether Ryan Duke told you he was sleepy during the interview?
Correct. She did.
Okay. Do you recall defense counsel asking you a question about whether Ryan told you he did not sleep the night before the interview?
Yes.
Do you recall during the interview if Ryan told you what his sleep habits actually were?
Yes, he did.
And what did he say about whether or not he normally sleeps?
He said he normally didn't sleep more than 3 or 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. Or he said he never slept more than maybe a couple hours. Anything more than 4 would be like heaven or something to that. Would be exorbitant.
Do you recall if at any point you discussed with Ryan that he had at some point had dialysis?
I think so, yeah, he talked about it.
Based on your recollection of that interview, did you have the impression that that dialysis was still ongoing or had ended?
Had ended.
At any point, did Ryan Duke indicate to you that he was under the influence of anything that would keep him from knowing what was going on? Did he say it from his mouth?
No.
At any point during that interview, did Ryan Duke tell you that he felt too poorly or too sick to speak with you?
No.
And the last thing I want to touch on, do you recall defense counsel indicating to you that you are the first one who introduced the idea that the crime occurred at Tara's home?
Yes, I remember saying that.
I'm going to show you page 2 of interview 1. And don't read this out loud, please. But if you can read from right here, excuse me, that was, yes, from right there and go down. To be clear, having looked at that, do you recall what Ryan told you about why, or what Ryan told you about how this crime occurred?
I'm sorry, I got you.
Do you recall what Ryan told you about how this crime occurred?
Talking about breaking into houses?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Were those his words?
Yes.
So having had a chance to look at that, were you the first person to suggest that this actually occurred at Tara Grinstead's home?
Now that you say it that way, no, he did.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Ms. Burns?
Yes, thank you.
Page 2.
Thank you. Okay.
Can you tell me what line it says that he said this was at Tara's home?
He never said Tara's home.
Okay.
He just said breaking into houses.
He never did say Tara's.
No, he said I used to break into people's houses just to steal money.
Perfect, thank you. So I asked you to test a lot of items, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
I pretty much asked you to test everything you possibly could.
At the lab, when we were there at the lab, yes.
And I was Ryan's lawyer at that time, right?
Yes, ma'am, you were.
The state asked you about this lock.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Rothwell confirmed that the hardware for the upper lock was there. Do you have any reason to dispute this?
Again, I'm going to object. I do not believe that there was any ever testimony of that. I don't think she has a good faith basis.
I have a good faith basis. He said that exactly. That it was there.
He was never even asked if he knew that. In fact, he said he didn't go in the home that he could recall that day.
Jurors will have to recall what the testimony was. I'm going to allow that question. I suspect we'll hear more about it later.
Thank you, Judge. Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
No.
So in this photo, you can see the hardware though, correct?
Yes, ma'am. There should be door hardware for locks.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right. That it, Ms. Hart?
For this witness, yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Person, let's please mark that excerpt out of the training manual you were questioning from before we forget. Let me see the lawyers up here for just a minute. Again, ladies and gentlemen, song. Don't discuss this case with anybody. Don't allow anybody to discuss it with you. If anything in that regard happens or anybody attempts that, please report it to me in the morning. Don't discuss it among yourselves, and have a good night. See you in the morning at 9 o'clock. you think of, or?
Need to stay.
From the, say, an hour.
Just to remind you that tomorrow you intend to and especially if it's the ones I'm thinking of again, that will need to be shown because that's what their testimony will. That is why I'm objecting. If it I believe it may be. I do object. And
as your approval, and the people we asked for the certificates of materiality so that we could put them under subpoena out of state. They never asked like I said, my taking injunction positive.
recall them saying